Dear friends, good morning, everyone. For some, it must be good evening or good afternoon because we have many time zones watching us and participating in this event. Be all very welcome again to Geotecnia Brasil. That means Brazil Geotechnics for this event organized by Vice Presidency of ICOLD Americas and with support and co-organization of Geotecnia Brasil. I'm André Queredi, civil and geotechnical engineer here in Brazil. I've been a designer and consultant in the area for almost 10 years until now. And today I'm an independent consultant in geotechnics, now acting in many areas of expertise, especially in mining and tailing dam safety. I'm also administrator of Geotecnia Brasil, especially here in YouTube, but our initiative is not only a YouTube channel, but a complex social media compound. So I'd like to invite you. Geotecnia Brasil is a mutual help, cooperation, and information sharing community. We have many social media, as I can show you. We're on WhatsApp, Facebook, YouTube, LinkedIn, Instagram, Telegram. We have our email marketing also. And I invite you to join us in every of this one, okay? For us, it's an honor to organize such a great event with ICOLD Americas and host it because of its magnitude. You will have high-level contact with many of great renowned engineers worldwide in the area of dams and dam safety. As I always make a point of asking for you, everyone who watches us, take this time, this beginning time, to send the link of the event to all your contacts. You can help us a lot with this promotion, okay? That is Geotecnia Brasil spirit and how it works with cooperation. Thank you. And now I would like to call the man, the one responsible for all the articulation and invitation for this event to take place, and who will be our guest host, the master of ceremonies for our time, the engineer Carlos Enrique Medeiros. He's here with us. Hello, Medeiros.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good night. Okay.
Thank you. Dr. Medeiros graduated in 1975 in civil engineer by Federal University of Bahia. His Master of Science in Geotechnical Engineer for University of São Paulo and PhD by University of Newcastle in England. He's a retired professor of State University of Feira de Santana and executive coordinator of Dam Safety Specialization course in the Federal University of Bahia. Medeiros is past president of Brazilian Commission of Dams, elected vice president of ICOLD for America Zone until 2023, and he is representative of CBDB in Commission of Dam Safety of ICOLD. He's consultant in the areas of geotechnics, then engineering, then safety, and have been involved with the Brazilian dam safety regulations since 2003. Medeiros, it is a pleasure to have you here with us in Geotecnia Brasil. I would like you to do all the honors of this remarkable event and present the order. Thank you so much.
Thank you, André. Dear colleagues, it's a pleasure and honor to have you all in the second webinar organized on behalf of ICOLD with the support of Geotecnia Brasil Group. In this event, we have the honor of inviting the president of ICOLD, Mr. Michael Rogers, Mr. Miguel de la Torre, the president of INCA, the José Bernardino Botelho, president of the Brazilian Commission Dam, and Dr. Jian Sheng, Secretary General of Chinese National Committee on Large Dam Code, plus distinguished guests and speakers. Our focus is dam safety and risk management. Our debate coordinator is Dr. Miguel Suazo, President of Comitê Nacional Peruano de Presas, and we also have the support of ICOLD members. Now, I would like to invite our guest to make a short speech in this open session. First, I'd like to invite, we have Mr. Michael Rogers, President of ICOLD, Mr. Miguel de la Torre, President of INCA, Dr. Jian Sheng. Let me introduce José Bernardino, and also I have Dr. Henrique Cifres, Vice President of ICOLD Europe. Let me introduce Mr. Michael Rogers, President of ICOLD. Mr. Michael Rogers is a Principal Civil Engineer and Senior Project Manager at Stantec Consulting Services, Inc. We serve as Stantec Global Practice Leader for Dams. He was elected President of International Commission on Large Dam, ICOLD 2018-2021, Chairman of Technical Committee on Concrete, past President of United States Society on Dams, USSD, and Chairman of USSD Technical Committee on Concrete. Please, Mike, can you start your short speech, please? It's up to you, Mark. Michael, thank you very much, Mike, for coming. Michael?
Yes, good morning. Bom dia. Dear Dr. Jia Jinseng, Honorary President of ICOLD, General Secretary of ChinCold. Dear Carlos Enrique Medeiros, ICOLD Vice President for the Americas. Dear Enrique Cifres, ICOLD Vice President. Engineer Miguel de la Torre, President of INCA. Mr. Jose Bernardino Botelho, President of the Brazilian National Committee of ICOLD. Dear Miguel Suazo, President of the Peruvian National Committee of ICOLD. Ladies and gentlemen, it is good to be here with you. It is morning now in my home in Indianapolis, Indiana, and it's good to be with friends again during this time where we have been unfortunately isolated. So it is good to be back together. As President of ICOLD, I'm honored to welcome each of you, the participants of this webinar today. This is an important international meeting. We must continue our work even as our world has changed. We continue to have an importance in the work that we do for ICOLD. The world has changed, my friends, but ICOLD has not. ICOLD has a strength, and it's that strength that will give us the courage and the importance of our business to move forward. We work because dams and levees are unique. These are important to all the people on Earth as critical infrastructure. Since 1928, ICOLD has been the world's leading professional organization dedicated to advancing the science and the art of engineering for dams. This is what we do. We promote the wise and sustainable development and management of the world's water resources. So each and every dam and levee has changed the world. It has changed the world for someone or for many people. So these projects have provided important human services, and the water and the power, the flood protection, these are important. So I'm saying that this work that we do in our profession of engineering for dams is important, and it serves many people. But as part of that, we recognize that safety must be paramount. And safety of our dams and our levees is a core value to ICOLD. And I will be talking about the World Declaration on Dam Safety a little later, but it remains a core value. It is inside of us as a value that we must hold as a number one value in our the work that we do. And ICOLD is a family. We care for each other. We look out for our businesses, but we also care for individuals. And we work together. And together we are much stronger, and we have a strong profession, and we have a strong community. Looking forward, there will be a time when we change from these webinars to back to in-person meetings. And I'm looking forward to that. I look forward to getting back and seeing my friends, my colleagues, my associates face to face. So looking forward for the next few years, ICOLD will be meeting in Marseille this year in November, in Gothenburg, Sweden next year, in New Delhi for our postponed New Delhi conference in India in 2023. In 2024, we will be honored to go to Chengdu, China for our Congress. And then in 2025 in Shiraz for the annual meeting in Iran. So I recommend to you, if you have the availability, the interest, our Congress in Marseille will be November 12th through the 19th in Marseille in France. It's an excellent organization, an excellent city, an excellent Congress. It's being well organized by the French National Committee of ICOLD, and there will be many exciting things in the city, and we will finally be coming back together as an ICOLD family. So in conclusion, our ICOLD future is looking good. It's looking very strong. It is webinars such as this and the work of our technical committees and our individuals that is continuing even in this pandemic. And I look forward to seeing you all again. I'm grateful for the ICOLD Vice President of the Americas, Dr. Carlos Enrique Medeiros, for his leadership and his service to the board, and personally for his friendship. We have been good friends, and I'm excited for this webinar today. Thank you very much. Obrigado.
Thank you, Michael. It's a pleasure and honor to have you here in our event. And now I'd like to invite Dr. Jian Sheng to make a short speech. Dr. Geotecnia Brasil is a civil engineer graduate from the National University of Engineering of, Dr. Jia Sheng has Master of Hydraulic Engineer, Sichuan University in PhD of Science in Hydraulic Engineer, and Professor of Institute of Water Research and Hydropower Research. His major activity were as Vice Director of Water Circulation and Regulation of State Key Laboratory, Professor of China Institute of Water Research and Hydropower, Vice President and Secretary General of ICOLD, and Honorable President of ICOLD. Please, you have it. It's up to you now, please.
Yes, I also prepare a presentation. So do you hope I make the presentation together with the speech or only speech?
The open session will be the first. When you finish the open session, you start your presentation immediately, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yes, it's very, very nice to meet with our President, Mr. Rogers, and our Vice President, Mr. Carlos, and all of the friends. It's really very, very happy and very, very enjoying with this event. And on behalf of ICOLD, we would take this opportunity to thank our friends from Brazil for their hard work to prepare this workshop. For the dam safety, our president has made a lot of contribution with the very nice word declarations. I think this is very, very important for the world to highlight the strategic importance of dam safety. So in China is the developing country. I will make the short presentation later on the new requirements on dam safety and new investigation on the dam safety and the new types of dams. So in China, we now work very hard to create new solutions to facing the challenging around focusing on the dam safety. even for the low dam safe dam, and with problems, old dams, and with very, very high dams. So both of them, we need work together to find new solutions. So that's basic ideas. For my career, from the 1997, I joined the first ICOLD Congress in Italy, Florence. From that time on, I have learned a lot of technologies, a lot of experiences from the experts, from the family, friends worldwide. So for me, it's very, very thankful to the ICOLD. That means we really very happy to work with colleagues from other countries. So second, for China, also we want to organize the meeting to invite to evaluate the international milestone projects for concrete dams. So we several years before, we worked together with USSD to evaluate some good projects, good concrete projects. So this year we want to work together again to evaluate some good projects, some good concrete projects. So we will send the information, the invitation to USSD and other countries to invite the potential projects to be awarded in the national milestone projects concrete. So anyway, I will have the presentation. I will focus on the main topics. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gia. Thank you very much. Next, I'd like to invite Mr. José Bernardino Botelho, President of Brazilian Committee on Dams, CBDB, Director of VLB Engineer Limited, a company specialized in the development of energy projects. He is a retired lecturer of the School of Engineering of the Federal University of Minas Gerais, Brazil. Please, Bernardino, you please say some words.
Okay. Good morning. Good afternoon. Dr. Michael Rogers, ICOLD President, Dr. Miguel de la Torre, INCA President, Dr. Gia Jincheng, ICOLD President, Dr. Miguel Suazo, Presidente of Comitê Nacional Peruano de Presas, Dr. Henrique Cifres, SPAN Code, and Dr. Carlos Henrique Medeiros, ICOLD Vice President of Americas, and CBDB Honorable President, dear sirs who are with us. It is with a great satisfaction that on behalf of CBDB, I participate as a guest of this webinar that deals with the topic dam safety and risk management. Bringing such a topic to discussion is paramount importance and is also absolutely necessary because the process of setting up dams, which begins in the elaboration of designs, include construction, maintenance, monitoring, always present a certain degree of risk, and as consequence, the aspect of maintenance of the dam in full operating condition within the required safety standards is a fundamental task that must be carried out by qualified professionals. In the CBDB 10, dam safety has been discussed since the 60s, culminating as a strong participation of CBDB in the drafting of the bill that was taken to Congress and which resulted in the promulgation in 2010 of Law 12,334 that instituted the dam safety policy in Brazil. In September 2020, the federal government promulgated the law 14,066, which, together with the law 12,334, established the requirements that entrepreneurs and official bodies must act to provide elements of society with respect to the safety of our dams. Thus, Brazil, together with the American countries that constitute the INCA, will be able to jointly exchange experience in the theme of dam safety, and thus we can present dams with ever lower degree of risk.
And I think Benedict lost his connection. André? Okay. I'm sorry about that. It's the problem you usually have with the webinar, but no problem. I think I invite okay, Bernardino, he's back. Bernardino, please, continue, please.
Please, you can start.
Oh,
you can start. I can
yes.
start.
Yes,
okay.
Of course.
Okay,
of course.
Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, Dr. Michael Rogers, ICOLD President, Dr. Miguel de la Torre, INCA President, Dr. Geotecnia President.
Can you continue when you start, when you finish? Okay, sorry. No, Bernardino, can you continue from the point you had, you finished the last one? You have to continue, né?
You can continue? Dr. Miguel.
Continuar do ponto que você parou, o último, né? Você estava falando sobre. Você está começando a apresentação, fique. Você vê e você. Ok?
Está muito intercortado. Onde eu parei?
Operação, manutenção. Maintenance operation done. Okay?
Okay. I was talking to importance, and is also absolutely necessary because the process of setting up dams, which begins in the elaboration of designs, including construction, maintenance, monitoring, always present a certain degree of risk, and as a consequence, the aspect of maintenance of the dam in full operating conditions within the required safety standards is a fundamental task that must be carried out by qualified professionals. In the CBDB 10, dam safety has been discussed since the 60s, culminating a strong participation of CBDB in the drafting of the bill that was taken to Congress and which resulted in promulgation in 2010 of Law 12,334 that instituted the dam safety policy in Brazil. In September 2020, the federal government promulgated the Law 14,066, which, together with the Law 2,334, established the requirements that entrepreneurs and official bodies must act provide elements of society with respect to the safety of our dams. Thus, Brazil, together with the American countries that constitute the INCA, will be able to jointly exchange experience in terms of dam safety, and thus we can present dams with ever lower degree of risk, which means more safety and more tranquility for the public in general, knowing that the function envisaged for a given dams will be guaranteed. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernardino. Thank you very much. I'd like to invite Engineer Miguel de la Torre. Miguel de la Torre is the president of INCA. Mr. Miguel de la Torre is a civil engineer, graduate from the National University Engineer of Lima, Peru, with a master in exploitation and safety of dam at the Polytechnic University of Madrid, Spain. His major institutional position were President of Peruvian Geosynthetic Society and Vice President of Peruvian Committee of Large Dam. Please, Miguel, can you start, please?
Okay. Mr. President of ICOLD, Michael Rogers, Mr. Vice President of ICOLD Americas, Carlos Enrique Medeiros, Mr. Secretary General of ICOLD, Jia Jingsheng, Mr. President of CBDB, Jose Bernardino Botello. Dear colleagues, we believe the importance of knowing the ICOLD security regulation as well as the application of criteria that are used in countries of America and the world. We consider this event organized by the Vice President of ICOLD America very important, since it will allow us to know the measures to maintain the safety of the dams in their useful life, as well as reduce the risk of failure. Thank you.
I'd like now to invite my colleague, Dr. Rick Sifres, Vice President of ICOLD Europe. Please, Sifres, have a short word, please. Thank you. Can you start, please?
Okay.
Pleasure to have you.
My colleagues, my colleagues, my friends, good morning, good afternoon from Europe. I'm really glad being with you all today. I want to express my gratitude to the organizers for being invited to give you also a few words. First, I want to congratulate you for arranging this second webinar on dam safety and risk management, of course, especially to the Vice President of ICOLD for the Americas as promoter. It's a pity for me to stay so far away from Latin America, this land I missed so much during this last year. But let me go back 1 minute to my early times in dam scenario. When I was about to receive my diploma in civil engineering, a dam, those dam was destroyed by a very great flood close to my beloved Valencia, my city. Since that time, I devoted my professional career to dams and dam safety. But this happened just 3 years after that President Carter issued that memorandum in which dam safety got kicked off as an independent discipline. For us was also a new challenge, work specifically on dam safety. But now dam safety and risk are the two sides of the same coin, two approaches for the same goal, really. Approaches that evolved a lot since that time. Now we can find both concepts in the title of this exciting seminar. During this period, I realized that the old-fashioned approach on simple, for example, non-incidence probability or safety factor should give way to more modern concepts to improve the performance of the projects. New technologies, but also long experience are being married in this challenging century. Yes, it's challenging because more than 55,000 dams worldwide require our care. Society mandate to the dam industry is to manage safety at the best level with transparency and competence. Also, society is creating a more suitable legal framework to develop our duties, much better, are much clearer. Just yesterday, Spanish government released a new regulation that was expected for decades. A great piece of news. That's why we must congratulate initiatives like this one, where knowledge sharing and training for new generation must guarantee a path for strengthening that safety. That is our target. Our duty is to give way for new engineers who must take our responsibilities, transmitting our experience to them, whereas leaving doors open for innovation to get a result of excellence in the task of safety management. This webinar is an excellent way to share ideas and expertise on dam design, on risk assessment, remediation, safety recovery for safer dams. Taking a quick look to the panel of speakers, I can anticipate a great success at the highest level. I think it's time to leave the stage to the speakers and stop boring you any longer. Thanks a lot, folks.
Thank you, Sheffies. It's very good to have you here. Okay? A pleasure. Thank you very much. Now, I'd like to invite our distinct speakers to start their presentation. Each one will have 30 minutes. The first one, I'd like to invite Dr. Jia Jiansheng for a speech about the challenge in the engineer a China overview. Like that, okay? Very close to that. Dr. Jia, it's up to you now. Your presentation, can start your presentation, please. Okay. Your sound, Dr. Jia, your sound. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah, excellent. Okay. Good.
Okay. The topic following the chairman, from Mr. Carlos. Challenges in dam engineering is a very, very important topics, but it's the old topics for engineers. So here I would like to go through very quickly 4 topics. One is the important role of dams and reservoirs. There are so many papers, but we still necessary to remember the important role of dams and reservoirs. Second, we focus on dam safety. What's the main task for the future? And third, I would like to introduce dam safety evaluation, concrete dam safety evaluation in China, what we have done. And last, I would like to introduce the development in cemented material dams. So this world is developing very quickly. The population growth and the socio-economic development give us very high requirements on water security, food and energy security, and ecological security. So the situation is very challenging for the developing countries. So one is the fresh water availability per capita is less and less, especially for some special area in the world. And also some areas, suffering the water stress, hazards, and droughts. So glacier smelting and extreme weather events, floods and droughts all of this, we need more reservoirs, more dams to do the regulation of water, of the natural water. So this is some photo in China. So in China, also we suffering drought and floods. So even we have the most of the dams in the world. We have so many dams everywhere, but we still need new dams, new reservoirs in the future. And also we have make the calculation, with the storage capacity per capita, compare with the HDI. HDI is Human Development Index. And also we investigate on the hydropower capacity, make the similar calculation with the relationship with the HDI. So we found that the developing country, for example, China, is also needs work very hard to create water storage, to create hydropower development. So that's the basic conclusion. For China, we are a developing country. For even we have the most number in the largest number in the world of reservoirs and dams. So we issued the World Declaration in the year 2012 for the water storage for sustainable development. We just highlight the sustainable development of dams and reservoirs and other water storage facilities. So these are the strategic importance for developed countries and also for the developing countries. So in the developing country, usually we have to fight with the disasters, flood disasters, and fight with the drought disasters. But if we have reliable and enough water storage facility, we will welcome the floods because that means resources. So the basic idea is that we should contribute more water storage infrastructure and also to increase the reliability of the dam safety. So the second is I would like to go through on the new ideas on dam safety. We're suffering dam failure these days. So here is the photos from the USA in the year 2020. There are 2 dams failed. Of course, in China, each year we have dam failure cases. And also another one is the loss in Laos. These very famous examples. And in China, each year we have dam failure cases, and also we have the deck failure cases also during the flood season. So each year, the governments pay much more attention to against the floods. So that means the water storage facility is not enough and not so reliable. So we should go forward on this direction. So our president, our ICOLD president, Mr. Rogers, has done a very good, very excellent jobs. He issued the Dam Safety World Declaration. We fully agree on the core parts of these declarations. So we think it's very, very important. Bad dams for better world. But the first, we should have safe dams to guarantee the safety of the people downstreams. So there is so many dam failure cases. In China, we have more than 3,500 dam failure cases. And also in USA, there are about 2,000 dam cases, failure cases. But if we make the comparison between the embankment dams and concrete dams, is quite different. The dam failuring is quite different. So for the people downstreams, the concrete dams is much safer. So this one is the concrete dams in Taiwan of China, is gravity dams, suffering the very high degree earthquake in the year 1999. It is cracked, but the reservoir, there is no very danger risk for the downstream, because the water flow is very slowly. Another cases in China is a bunch of embankment dams with the dam height 24.5 meters high, but the water reach very high the floods only in 2 hours after the dam failing. So thousands people downstream has been dead, suffering of these big disasters. And also for very, very high dams, there is an example in the former Soviet Union, Sanyang-Shunsk high gravity arch dams. Is suffered the major leakage accident during its first impoundment in 1990. These very high dams, there is so many very, very high dams in operation and under construction. In China, we have more than 22 dams higher than 200 meters. So we have to pay much more attention for this kind of dams, because if there is a leakage accident during operation or during the first impoundment, we will suffer very much, because it's very difficult to deal with the leakage problems in the very, very deep underwater. So if we check the cases, dam failure cases, we find that the main problem is on cognition. So the challenging issue, the challenging factors is uncertainty. Uncertainty, there is 3 cases. One is randomicity. The reliability design or analysis can be used to deal with these problems. And also the fuzzification, that means a safety coefficient method can be used to deal with this problem. But we facing on cognition issues, on cognition factors. For example, for old dams, for dangerous dams, for ultra high dams, there are on cognition factors. So we have to pay much more attention for these parts, because this cannot be dealt with according to the experiences, what we have achieved in the past. Another idea is that, for the traditional design, we can guarantee the dam safety, because it's under the design under loading cases for the design loading cases. But for earthquake, for big floods, for very, very old dams with problems, with incidents, sometimes we have problems for the dams in the Banqiao, for the situation in the Taiwan, the Shigang dams. That's one is the earthquake, one is the big floods. So overtopping floods has been met with. So in this case, we have to think about the intrinsic safety. That means the dam is safe, or the risk is very, very low for the people downstream, even for the overtopping situation. So we have to work out new structure with the function optimum design methods to achieve economically reasonable, technically feasible, and environmental friendly the solution. So that means we have to work on the facing the risks. So that means performance-based design from the performance design based design to the risk-based design or risk-informed design. So we have to optimize the material, optimize the structure, optimize the construction procedure to work together jointly to achieve intrinsic safety, to achieve the better design at any time the people downstream in a safe situation. Another data is that in the risk probability process of dam structural failure, if we make the calculation of the dam failure, is very accurately follow this curve. That means in the storage period there are problems. In the late period there are problems. So for this period we have to pay much more attention. In the world, most of the dams, now go into the late periods. So we have to be careful to make the calculation, to make the evaluation for the dam safety. So we have the example for the concrete dam safety evaluation. So we want to for your reference. These dams is Fengman dams. Is built in the 1937, impounded in 1944, and finished in 1953. The dam height is 91.7 meters. Is the concrete gravity dam, but this dam has a lot of problems from the very beginning of the construction. So whether or not the dam is safe, these arguments between different engineers. So I was the engineer assigned by the government to make the evaluation for this dam, to tell whether or not this dam is safe and how to deal with the dam in the future. So this work finished in the year 2003, and with Mr. Child. Mr. Child also joined us. So we work on an analyze system to do the safety evaluation. So we calculate with the finite element methods. We use the finite element methods. We simulate from 1937 from the first blocks construction, and simulates all of the procedure, the material, the structure, and to make the calculation, the stress, the deformation, the displacement, with the monitoring results. We adjust the parameters of the material and then we can get the calculation. The results is similar with the monitor the results. So in this case, we can overloading the water pressure, and to get the coefficients of the safety. So review the formal safety evaluation, analysis the common problems of aged dam, and evaluate safety according to technical specifications, flood stress and stability, seismic safety, monitoring data analysis, numerical simulation. Numerical simulation mainly with finite element methods. So after the analysis, we achieved the results, and we got the results that the dam is not safe. The safety coefficient is too low compared with the new concrete dams. So we work out 3 solutions. One is reinforce and rehabilitation with impounded reservoir. So upstream, we seepage control by geomembrane or concrete impervious wall, dam grouting, heightening and thickening the dam body by 4 to 6 meters. Solution 2 is reinforce and rehabilitation after emptying the reservoirs. The solution 3 is building the new RCC dam and use the old one as a cover dam. So there's 3 solutions, but the investment is quite different. So for the solution 1, only 1 billion RMB is necessary. For the solution 2 is only 3 billion investment. For the solution 3, we need 10 billion. So finally, after so many analysis, the solution 3 is recommended and adopted. So this Fengman Dam has been removed, and we have built the new RCC dam. So here is the dam after the new dams. Here is the old dams, with only the buttress existed, and the old dam has been removed. Here is the new RCC dams. So this is one real analysis of the old dams in China. And for the ultra high dams, we also make the comparison work between different type of dams and to get the safety coefficient to guarantee the safety. So one issue is that due to some uncertain causes, crack occurs in super high concrete gravity dams and arch dams. Gravity dams and arch dams, if they are higher than 250 meters, so we have to very carefully to check the problems. It's quite different. So after so many projects investigation, we found that because of the high static pressure on the cracks, hydraulic friction may occur. It's urgent to properly model the propagation of cracks and high static pressure and put forward practical countermeasures. So that's the one problems investigated led by me, focus on the very high concrete dams. In China, we follow the non-tensile design criterion of concrete gravity dam. After compared with the USA, with Switzerland, we think it is not so safe. So we work out the water fraction design criterion to guarantee the gravity dam safe. To achieve these goals, we have done a lot of lab model tests for concrete hydraulic fracture simulation. One test is on zero stress state. So we got the formula for the hydraulic fraction, so 2.7 megapound. So that means if the tensile stress is too small, the hydraulic fraction is easy to happen. And also we have done the FEM model for the hydraulic fraction on the structures and also the dams. And also we work on the formula to evaluate the situation, whether or not it will be happen. So this is the model. This is the FEM model. And here is the hydraulic fraction the analysis results. We also done the analysis for the ground diction. This dam designed not according to the non-tensile stress principle. It's adopted the similar way with double shaft in USSD for the dam section design. So that means it's much the dam section is much larger compared with Chinese the similar height of dam. But we after investigation we found that in some cases the hydraulic fraction may occur also. So that's not the good principle for the design. So we have to investigate the hydraulic fraction. For the arch dam with the very extra high height, and also we have checked the hydraulic fraction problems based on the laboratory test results. So here is the result, the test and the simulation. And also we work out a new way to against the fraction, water fraction, to bear more than 3 megapound water pressure. So that means the face with cracks, but the water cannot go in the concrete. So another way to improve the dam safety is the self-filter watertight system in the upstream, the lower part of the dam face. So we have worked on the system. Within this system, the water flow should be very less compared with the normal design. So here is the different design. This one is Kolbrin dams in Austria. So when there is a crack, the water pressure will penetrate the gallery, and the water will come. But with the new design of Chinese dams, even with the cracks, there is no penetration of the water pressure. So here is the example of the Xiaowan arch dam with the height of 294.5 meters high, and with this system to guarantee the safety of the rock of these parts, and to guarantee the safety of these parts of the dam for the water fracture problems. So this dam has been operated for several years with very low seepage. So the last part is the development in cemented material dams. So why propose cemented material dam? Embankment materials and concrete materials are the main materials for dam construction. Embankment materials are quite different from concrete materials. So the basic question is that, is it possible to develop a new material between the two kinds of materials for dam construction? Is it possible to develop further the dam design theory based on the characteristics of these new materials? So this is the basic question. And this is why we put the new type of dams. So based on the RCC development of hard-fill dams, France, and the CSG dam in Japan, but they follow the principle of RCC. So I think we can, based on the new material and the new principle, to develop the cemented material dam. So in an economic way, to build the safe dam against overtopping, and it can be built for non-rock foundation. So usually for RCC dam and the concrete dams, cannot build on the non-rock foundation. So at this moment, when we develop CMD, we will try to build CMD on non-rock foundation. So this is one difference. Another way is CMD should be, the cost of CMD should be much less compared with RCC, compared with the hard-fill dam, compared with CSG. So this is the basic goal of the new type of the material, new type of the dams. So we can build them with cemented sand, gravel, and rock. We can build with cemented artificial sand and aggregate, cemented rock, cemented soil. So all of this material can be used to build a new type of dams. So this, the shape of this kind of dam is similar to hard-fill dams, but the material, the construction procedure, and also the design principle is quite different. So we have to develop the CVG concrete structure. We can use CVC for the face. We can use grotting, vibrated CSGR with good performance. Anyway, the CVG can be controlled easily, and the stability can be guaranteed very easily. So even on the non-rock foundation. So why we can do construct the CMD? One basic point is that we can work out the minimum strength of the material. When we find the material parts, we can find the lowest points. Based on the lowest points, we can determine the dam section. So that means the dam is safety. With the digital system, we can optimize these parts to decrease the cost of the construction. So new design theory has been proposed to ensure the structure safety, and we have done a lot of analysis. We have contract many projects to test the safety, even on non-rock foundations. We can guarantee the dam safety. The coefficient is similar to the RCC gravity dams. And the digital equipment and construction technology has been developed to improve the quality control. Here is the mixture, and here is the surface of the new type of dam. And here is the situation for the construction, for the compacting, mixing to control with the digital. So if we can the mixing and the rural compacting can be digitally controlled, so we can do the we can work out the export system to be intelligent. Based on the practice, the technical guideline for cemented material dam has been issued in China, and in China, the highest CMD dam is 61.6 meters high, has been finished, this type of dam. And also a lot of dams lower than this has been built. And also deck has been built, cover dam has been built. All of the dams has been successfully and for the quality and for the safety. Here is the example for the Shunjiangyan cover dam, overflow dams. Originally designed with concrete, but we built it with cemented material. Here is the figure, and here is the in operation. Here is the deck. The deck, we also with the cemented material dam. In this case, it can be overtopping. It can be safe during the overtopping. So here is the deck. Here is the construction procedure and the wall stop, new design wall stop for the new type of deck. So this deck is built with cemented material. This deck built with the CFRD, but overtopping happened after overtopping. It has been filled, and this one is still safe, no problems, even on non-rock foundation. Here is another project is Jinjigo Dam with soft rock. In many dam sites, there is no reasonable rock, only with soft rock, whether or not the soft rock can be used. After investigation, the soft rock also can be used to build the dams. So this is the dam example. To use the soft rock, we have done a lot of investigation test with the different mixed design and the different materials used, and we have got the different strengths. After the structural analysis, we can guarantee it is safe. Here is the situation in the dam site. We still can achieve compressive stress 90.9 to 10.7 megapound. That's big enough for the design. So the soft rock can be used. Here's the test for the sharing analysis, stability analysis, the parameters on the dam site with different way, even for the large rock with with the cemented rock, cemented sand, gravel, and rock mixed together, and after the in situ test, the safety can be guaranteed. So here's the situation. So we have for the cover dam with the dam height 57 meters high has been tested after overtopping, no problems. This is the first one, very old the cover dam in the year 1998. It's the cover dam of the RCC dam with the height of 35.5 meters high, 35.5 meters high, overtopped. The water height is 8 meters high. Maximum flow is 5,500 cubic meters per second. It's safe. So CMD dams can be used to against the overtopping failure, and with the quick construction, economic and environmental friendly way. So compared usually 10% or 20% cost can be saved compared with the RCC, the traditional way. So for so many dam sites, we can build this type of dam because it can be built on the non-rock foundation. So ICOLD technical committee on cemented material dams, we need more dam engineers to join. And also Chincold, we call them the technical committee. And also we try the best, work together with the French engineers on cemented soil dams. A lot of tests has been made. But the main business is to build the deck with cemented soil and to investigate the safety, whether or not reliable to use the material. So all of the analysis is to test the reliability. So here is the overflow test for the cemented soil deck. So we work on the model to do the test. So here's the situation. So after 44 hours, no breaking. So for the cemented soil deck, it's really safe against the overtopping. So it's quite nice compared with the traditional embankment dams. So here is the dam site, the situation. And also at this moment, we work on another dike projects to try to do to use the cemented soil. So here is the liquid-filled silt. This part should be replaced with cemented soil. And this part can be built with the cemented soil. So it's the new type of deck. So at this moment, we are on the way to do the laboratory test, and the design haven't been determined. So this year, the next year, we want to finish the deck construction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gia. Excellent presentation with a lot of details. Okay, thank you very much. And I changed a little the schedule as was scheduled. I'd like to invite now Mr. Michael Rogers, President of ICOLD. Michael, can you please present now? Michael?
Yes, I'm here.
Michael Rogers is President of ICOLD. Please, Michael, can you start now? Thank you, Gia. Michael, now.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Medeiros. Thank you very much, my friend. Good to see you. And thank you, Dr. Jajin Singh, for that remarkable presentation about the progress of dam safety in China. China is one of the leading supporter members of ICOLD, is making tremendous contributions to the dam safety profession throughout the world. And it's an advantage of ICOLD, an honor to have that knowledge being brought into this conference and to other conferences. And we will see more of that. I've been to China several times, and they have some remarkable projects and amazing people. And so some very exciting stuff. And thank you again, Dr. Jia, for that wonderful presentation. So my presentation this morning will be not so much about specific dam safety or failures, but about the concept of dam safety as a core value of ICOLD. And so I'm going to talk about the background of ICOLD and the importance of dam safety, the legacy that our organization has had, and the World Declaration and how we came to be there and why we have such a World Declaration. What is the importance? What is the relevancy of a World Declaration statement? And how is that dam safety then supported by key pillars within the dam safety concepts, what those concepts are and what our commitments have been. And then I'll speak about the individual and how each of us as individuals have a responsibility to make our commitment to dam safety and to make our contribution. And then some summary statements about the statements. And I show a picture of the Teton Dam failure in 1976. This had a profound effect on me. As a teenager, I remember the news of this massive dam failure, and many people lost their lives in this. And it was a very unfortunate event, but it led to many safety aspects in our country, in the United States. The lessons that were learned about dams and dam safety and the awareness of the public of dam safety really came about after Teton Dam. And many of the lessons learned, many of the dam safety programs at the federal and state levels came about after this failure. So although there was certainly a tragic and unfortunate loss of life, there were many lessons that were learned that came out of the Teton Dam failure. And it remains with me one of the more significant events in my life. And so I'll start with a background on ICOLD. And ICOLD has been around for a long time. More than 92 years ago, it was formed. And it was formed as the world was growing and building larger and larger dams. And the engineers realized that there was much to be learned by working together. So the International Commission on Large Dams was formed to provide a forum, a non-political forum where countries can come together and join and work together for a common good. It is not a group of individual members, but a group of countries, much like the United Nations. Our organization consists of 104 countries, representing more than 5 billion people on Earth, these countries. Countries like China and India, the United States, Brazil, most of South America and Africa, and Asia. All of these countries coming together, working together to make dams safer and protect the people. So our, excuse me, our organization deals with dams of all sizes, including levees and tailings dams. Much of the technology that goes with dams and large dams is the same for levees and tailings dams. And so we have the same type of people, engineers and regulators controlling all of these different types of dams. And so not only are we sharing information from country to country, but also from dam type to function and different dams around the world. The backbone of ICOLD, if you will, are our technical committees. We have 26 technical committees, such as concrete dams and embankment dams and hydraulics, dam safety. More than half of these technical committees are associated with safety. Dr. Jha talked about his committees on cemented materials dams. These committees form the publications, the lessons learned, documenting the state of the practice in dam safety through bulletins. And for those watching, if you are a member of, say, CBDB, the National Committee of Brazil or Peru or the United States, you are automatically a member of ICOLD and entitled to receive these publications, these documents, for free. They're on our website. You can download them, and they are absolutely the best collection of knowledge and data on building, designing, managing dams for around the world. Some of the best people, engineers, and minds and scientists in the world have contributed to these bulletins. So these bulletins then represent and document the state of the practice, and they are published on a regular basis, 5 or 6 every year, that contain this state of the practice and this information. Even climate change is one of our technical committees, and that publishes documents, bulletins. And again, these are available through your national committees and into ICOLD. So, but primarily the bottom line for ICOLD is a commitment to a continuous improvement of dam safety. That is why ICOLD was formed more than 90 years ago, is that improvement of dam safety, that all dams have a requirement for safety as to be paramount. And that's the message that I carry as president, and that our organization carries, that the dams are important. So that is, for us, a legacy of dam safety. We carry that legacy, a history, something in our DNA, in the basic structure of our organization, to prevent dam failures. I'm showing this dam failure in Michigan that Dr. Jha also showed, Edenville Dam. And this was a tragic situation, but there were, again, lessons learned that came from this project that will improve the safety of dams in the future and the way we deal with dams. We should never accept that dam incidents and failures are inevitable. They are not inevitable. And we should never accept risks, unavoidable risks. We should never accept that the risks are leading to a failure should be acceptable. We should always be addressing those risks, and risk management is a key aspect of this conference, this webinar today. And so I encourage you to learn and take notes and ask questions. There's an opportunity for asking questions, and after this conference, to stay engaged with the professional society through CBDB or your national committees of your countries as part of what we do in ICOLD and what those national organizations do. We should all carry with us the opinion that a single failure is an unacceptable breach of trust. As engineers, as designers, as builders, as managers of these projects, we are given a sacred trust by our societies to protect their lives, to protect the services that these structures provide. So a failure of these structures, of this infrastructure, is a breach of that trust, and we must take that very seriously and keep that in our minds as we are looking at the quality and the risks of the work that we do. ICOLD represents and documents that state of the practice and brings that knowledge, if you will, of the best that our profession has to allow us as engineers, as individual practitioners, the ability to make informed decisions and to be the most current on the best practices of our industry. So in summary of this, ICOLD carries dam safety as a core value, as a value that permeates everything that we do and is part of all of our discussions. And so that led to the World Declaration on Dam Safety. It was issued in October 2019, and it started as not the first declaration. ICOLD has had several world declarations on issues that we feel are important. And when I became president in 2018, there were several large failures around the world, incidents on dams, including in my country, the Oroville Dam in California, which I was involved in. And that made an impression on me that dam safety continues to be an important aspect of the work that we do. And there are some basic steps to make dams safer. The World Declaration was put together as a collaboration of the ICOLD board and the Technical Committee on Dam Safety. And so this was working together to come up with the words and the intent of this document. And a key statement of this document is that the situation of dam failures should never be accepted as regular or inevitable occurrence based on historical probability and recognized risk. We should never accept that dams are going to fail no matter what. It should not. There are, if you look at the dam failures that have happened, there was always something that we know or we knew or we should have known that could have prevented that failure. And so our technology has advanced to a point where this is failure of dams. And Dr. Jha showed you more than 2,000 in the United States, 3,000 in China, and thousands in other places around the world. These should not be accepted as inevitable events. And so we should work toward zero tolerance for dam failures in our profession because they are avoidable. So ICOLD remains committed to a continuous improvement in dam safety, and that is why we came to the board came up with this World Declaration. It is a reminder. It is a reminder of the things that we hold important and that we hold for value for dam safety and the important conditions within the dam safety community. And so part of that document is the pillars of dam safety and what supports a successful dam safety program. And this picture shows the incident at the Oroville spillway where a basic design flaw that was part of the project for decades went unnoticed and unrecognized and led to that incident. Fortunately, the dam itself did not fail, but it led to evacuations and high risks for the people downstream and could have been avoided. So a pillar of the dam safety is the structural integrity of dams. Dams must remain structurally sound as designs change and we get to know the design criteria and the recognition of risk changes and our society changes. So we can't take a dam that is 40 or 50 years old and expect that it will still meet those criteria from years ago. It must meet the new criteria and we must stay current with our dam safety. And that involves regular surveillance and monitoring and maintenance, especially of our dams. Instrumentation adds to that. We all go to see a doctor on a regular basis, not always when we are sick, but when we are well, just to check and make sure that everything is well with us. Well, dams are the same. They must be checked. Even though they appear to be well, they must be checked. And instrumentation is a way of doing that. And there are intrinsic risks in the design. Projects that are getting older have risks built into their design that must be recognized and periodically evaluated, going all the way back to the original design. That was a conclusion that came out of Oroville, that designers, as they evaluate the safety of an existing dam, must understand the original design intent of the project and periodically review that for safety. And then we know that the world is changing, our climate is changing, natural hazards are changing, the weather, the seismicity, our understanding of these things is changing. And we need to stay ahead of those changes and understand where those changes are going and how they're going to affect our projects, because they will affect the safety of our projects. And then plan for the worst. Always hope for the best, but plan for the worst. What will happen if there is an emergency at the dam? How do we notify people and provide the best opportunity that people, should there be an emergency, that they can get out of the way and be safe? And so there are knowns and there are unknowns in dam safety. And Dr. Jha talked about some of those in his presentation just before this. He said randomicity and a random nature of nature. These, to me, mean the knowns. There are things that we know about, but they happen at random times. So these are our known risks that we have in our design and our considerations. On cognition, for me, that meant unknowns. What are things that are we know about them, but they're unknown. What is going to happen with the future? What exactly is happening in the foundation is something that we can't know about that, but we know that it's unknown, and we have to be able to deal with it. And then finally, fuzzification, which I hadn't heard that word before, but I love it, because to me it means unknown unknowns. It's things that we don't know that we don't know. And so that is the most dangerous part. And there are ways that we're starting to deal with that. And I applaud the approach that ICOLD has had to these aspects of risk. So I come now to individual commitment. What does this mean to each of you, to each of us, as we consider dam safety and risk in the work that we do every day? And it does come down to each of us, because we are the ones who make the design. We are the ones that make the decisions on these projects. And a bad decision can lead to someone dying, or many people dying. So we owe it to ourselves and to those who we protect to make the best decisions possible. And a good way to make good decisions is to share the lessons that we learned. It's not always comfortable when there's a mistake that's been made somewhere, of admitting that mistake. But that's really the only way that lessons can be learned, and to be open when there are projects that fail for one reason or another, to share those reasons. That way everyone understands what has happened. We know that our infrastructure is aging. As our projects get older, they have new problems and long-term problems and concerns that have to be addressed. And so aging infrastructure is a real issue that we deal with as our projects get older. But also our design professionals, many who have been in the industry for a long time, such as myself, who I've been as a dam engineer for 40 years. In a few years, maybe not so soon, but in a decade or so, I will be retiring. And there has to be these young engineers that come up and learn these lessons. And so there's a big responsibility for mentoring and learning, mentoring, older teaching, youngers learning about our profession. So there are great opportunities for maintenance and routine surveillance for dams. And as we as individuals need to recognize what needs to be understood about projects in the maintenance and the surveillance aspects. And mentors, as I mentioned, are critical to that. Mentors develop younger professionals, and the Young Engineers Forum within ICOLD is a great area where younger engineers get together, they organize themselves, and they allow for mentors to come in and teach and to convey our experiences. A wonderful opportunity. And in Marseille, there'll be special forums for mentoring. So I'm coming to the end of my presentation now, and I just want to provide a few summary statements. I know I show this picture, Brumadinho in Brazil from January of 2019, a terrible occurrence. But there were lessons that were learned about what happened and how to prevent future occurrences such as this. And we must keep these things, as troubling as it is to see these images. We must be reminded that these things happened, and we must commit ourselves to not letting them happen in the future. So, dam safety is a comprehensive concept. It involves many, many different things. The ICOLD Declaration on Dam Safety includes many of these aspects, and it's available on the ICOLD website. You can download the declaration itself. I encourage you to read it, to put it up on your board, and to be reminded every day that you come to work that this is what we're doing is important, and decisions that we make every day are important for many people. The Dam Safety Declaration recognizes that the ultimate responsibility for the safety of any dam is with the dam owners. The dam owners, from the time they start planning, must be aware that of that responsibility, and make provisions in the planning, in the design, in the construction, in the operations, that dam safety is always number one, the paramount consideration in everything they do. It's not just about building a project, a key infrastructure to generate power or to provide water or to store tailings, but it's to do that while maintaining the safety of the structure itself, and most importantly, for the people who are at risk downstream. There are regulatory authorities, and the engagement of those regulatory authorities is paramount to safety. Whether it's a local, regional, or a federal level, regulatory authority is paramount. And there are countries within ICOLD that still do not have national dam safety programs or legislation. Our CBD president this morning talked about the laws that have gone in Brazil. I think that those type of things are very important to continue on. In India, they're developing new national laws for all of their states to apply. They have the largest number of dams in the world after China and the U.S. And so these type of programs are very important. The Indian program called DRIP is supported by the World Bank. They're doing an excellent job to recognize the importance of dam safety in India and really around the world. And India is just providing a very good forum to engage dam safety. So ICOLD has an international perspective, so that your individuals can come into an organization and see not only what's going on in their own country, but what's going on in the world. To see presentations like what Dr. Jha gave earlier this morning on what's going on in China. This new design for ultra high dams, these new design theories for cemented material dams. These are very exciting things. This is where our profession is going, And there are things like that going on all around the world. And there are some very intelligent, smart, and exciting things going on around the world. And ICOLD provides that opportunity to bring those together and to develop the state of the practice in our publications. And so each of us must stay humble in our commitment to safety and service. We need to recognize, most importantly, what we don't know. To work hard, but always stay humble and recognize that we are human, we have limitations, and the best thing that we can do to ensure dam safety is to ask for help, to ask for a quality review, and to be 100% sure and committed to our dam safety aspects of what we're doing. So with that, I'll say thank you. Obrigado, gracias. The dam safety and working on dams has been my entire career, from a young man working in Egypt, Oroville in China, all around the world. I've been very fortunate to see hundreds of dams and work on hundreds of dams around the world. It's been a great profession. For those of you in the audience who are early on in your engineering career with dams and levees or any type of water projects that serve the people, I thank you. I encourage you to stay with your profession and stay always on top of your game, of the technology of what we're doing, and to stay sharp. And remember that dam safety is of paramount importance to us. And I thank the organizers of this conference and this webinar and my fellow folks. Dr. Medeiros, thank you very much, sir, and I'm finished.
Thank you, Michael. Your presentation was excellent, very comprehensive, detailed about the Work Done Declaration, ICOLD. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to invite the next one, Gabriel Rodrigues Roca. Okay. Gabriel Rodrigues is engineer de Caminos e Obras Hidráulicas, de WEG Water Bouwkant, pela Escola Técnica Superior de Utrecht, Holanda. É maestria científica em Ciências de Engenharia Civil pela Universidade Católica de Louvain, Bélgica, e Doctor in Science de la Engenharia em Geotecnia e Obras Subterrâneas pela Universidade Técnica de Leoben, Áustria. É membro fundador do Comitê Boliviano de Empresas. Gabriel, would you please start your presentation? Thank you to come.
Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. It was very nice. It's a pleasure to be here and to see a lot of old friends, colleagues. Well, I will talk about, I hope I am right here. I'm trying to fix. Well, I want to speak to you about the situation, the actual state of the dam safety in Bolivia. And I would like to start my presentation. I don't know, but if you are getting my presentation, Andres?
Yes, okay.
Okay, wonderful. Okay. Okay. We talked then about the safety of Bolivia, what we are doing actually, and also then the authorities. And after an introduction, which I think is very important to give an idea about dam engineering in Bolivia, and then I will talk very fast about the deficiencies in our system as construction and the dam engineering, to talk about the legislation. It's very important to fix a few points about then the national policy for dam safety in Bolivia, the technical regulation, technical guidelines which are intended to prepare, and also then to mention the agreements and support which we have actually to do this job. I want to start and to say that we have some dams actually still in operation, built in the 1573 to 76 in Potosí for the mining industry. And you see here, I want to show you a little bit more about Bolivia. I want to show them here then the dam Chalviri. That is the dam here that is actually under operation. And this dam collapsed the 1623 with a big damage. Has been done, maybe done the biggest failure which we have had here in the actual Bolivia and the actual plurinational state of Bolivia. And after the reconstruction, it's still operating. They're still providing drink water to the city of Potosí. There are several dams here around in Potosí. You can see here then there's very old dam that is still working. The old principles used and applying by Spain engineers more than 400 years ago. What we have now in Bolivia, if you see that we have make a big jump in 10 years, because in 2010 we had 287 dams, and now what we know until last year was 404 dams. It means that we have built about 10 dams yearly. And most of the dams here, you can see it are done earth and rockfill dams, gravity dams, and the concrete dams, and the northern ones. We have changed a little bit this one, these relations, because we have built the last years more than concrete dams as well. Well, let me tell you that we have a big problems here because the precipitation is completely irregular, spatially and temporally. Than in the time, we can see that we have mostly than 85% of all the precipitation just only in 4 months, in this summer month from December to March. Yeah, I show here then very fast then also that we have also a very big irregular distribution of these precipitations. And all the part of the Andes with a special topography, quite difficult topography and geology, has really then not much precipitation a year. And you can see it then that in just only 3-4 months that we need to regulate all the waters. And we are concentrating the big problems are here that in the southwest of Bolivia. The precipitation here in south of Bolivia here in the department of Potosí is no more than 50 millimeters a year. We are very, very close to the desert of Atacama. And with a big complex geology, which we have, these both things are very important to take into account to see why it's so important to have a good regulation of dam safety in the country. If I see then the effect in considering that this study done in a few years ago by Inter-American Bank, we can see then the effect which will have the climate change in Bolivia with these moderate assumptions of 600 ppm of CO2 in the coming years. We are comparing here, yes, the 2 periods after doing done these impacts with this program PRECIS, has been done in Brazil this 6 years ago. And if we consider then a period of 30 years, 2070 to 21,000, and in the period of 1961 to 1990, we can see then that we will have a big shortage. We will have a big difference reduction of the precipitation. That is really then the first very important point then to look at forward, because we will have where it's a lot of people also and also done a lot of agriculture activities, including La Paz, Cochabamba, Sucre, many cities. We will have done a reduction of the precipitation in between 11 and 6% of them. That is in this west part of the city of the country. In the north part of the country, you can see it. We will have more water. We will have more water here, and that is what we need to take into consideration for the common planning and the future dams. If we see them here, I want to present this a little bit because that's coming from Medeiros 3 years ago. And we can see it that really then the main problems are hydrological and also geotechnical problems. And that's just what we have had here in Bolivia, mostly than the foundations. And that foundation and percolation more than geotechnical problems. That is a summary of the failures, dam failures of the last 10 years as well. I show you here then a few figures, like this dam Cuchu Guarizata was completely done after a very short period of operation. You can see it then, foundation failure and also stability failure, because if you see then the section here of this wall, this small, that was not so big dam, 10, 12 meters high, but you can see then also the section of this dam wasn't really not enough. That this come down in complete collapse of the dam. Another problem has been also the geotechnical problem here due to piping, internal erosion. 2 years ago in the south of Bolivia, this dam has been then rebuilt. This part that is restored completely, and is working right well. A very important dam of 34 meters to supply water to the city of Villamontes in the south of Bolivia. The other problems also then Temorcito, the same problem. There was more technical problems, and because yes, the concept of dam safety from the beginning, from the planning, from the design, was not completely taken into account in this kind of projects. Another point or situation which I want to point out is the sedimentation. That's also for us a big problem. And I show you under here that dam, now at least for me, collapsed completely because it was completely filled, the reservoir with sediments after the first year of operation. This is a nice gravity dam, concrete dam of 24 meters near the city of Sucre. I consider at least that this problem sedimentation also a big problem for us, and it belongs to the safety of dams. We need to do a lot of things to avoid these kind of situations. You can see it here. It's nice to see it, but the damage, the economic damage has been very big, this project. When we see this, I show them very fast these figures and the case, this few case, and that's a matter of concern. It was identified several deficiencies which we need to manage this in the near future. One of them was the lack of guidelines and regulations. We're still working on this. Bolivia is working on this. Limited training of young engineers. We need to do a lot for the universities. Bad construction contracts. Practical construction knowledge a little limited. That is, we need to do more on the transfer of technologies and knowledge, and poor control of professional practice. That has been a problem, and bad designs and specifications. If we go to change this situation with a good practice, good regulation standards, and good control, we are sure that we'll have an improve a lot than the dam safety which we actually have here in Bolivia. Yeah, and I want to show you then, in order to understand what we have here. First is then the actual legislation. We are still working with a very old water law from more than 100 years ago. where there's no mention at all of about safety of risk at all. Yes, only then a few points about then the use of water. At those time, more than 100 years ago, of course, the needs of the society was completely different, isn't it? But I need to tell you that this irregular distribution of the precipitation and the variability of water has been always a big problem here in Bolivia. We have had several periods of very, very, very high drought phenomena, 3-4 years without any without water, with a big consequences for the economy and the welfare of the populations. Finally, in the new constitution of the state, it is mentioned that the state should be then have a sustainable use of all the hydraulic resources. In the state is then committed to do these kind of things. And finally, then a few years ago, 6 years ago, it came down this new law about the risk management, where it is compulsory for every institution to incorporate in risk management in all planning and in all the use of the territorial fixing the use of the soil. Yeah, and that we need to do this one. We are working on this. That is the main law which support then the thing which the ministry through the technical unit of dams are doing actually. We need to have indeed, and then in our planning system, integral complete planning system of the state, to consider safety and risk analyze. Yeah. That is really the framework which we have, but until now we don't have really done these regulations and these standards to improve the dam safety in the country. And that one of the reasons why we have seen that in the last years dam failures very clearly, because the lack of this kind of situation. And we are, I am very sorry that I didn't have the time enough really then to translate all these kind of things. But nevertheless, I keep this in the presentation because you can understand really there's not too hard to understand for English speaking members and colleagues here. No? And we must do in every project, isn't it? We must recognize then the risks, that's mostly the natural hazards, how to reduce the risks, and to pay attention to the risks and the emergencies, and also then to see then the financial protection due to as a consequence of this risk. Yeah. Okay. We have done this all as a basis to go further with to work on the dam safety here in the country. And that's what that is pretty bad. I am very sorry, but this was translated, but okay, I have translated this one. But the policy, national policy for dam safety, is based on this 4-pillar which we have defined. It is first to establish all the regulations and the guidelines to have done safety during the planning, design, construction, commitment, filling of the reservoir operation, and also then dismantling of the commissioning of the dams. Yeah. Then very important is to organize and maintain the national registration of dams, and also then technical dossiers. another third pillar is to have the compliance with the normal, with the standards of dam safety, and finally is to control then all the actions of the dam safety from the owner of the dams, and that's just to comply with all the regulations which we have. Based on this, this technical unit of dams from the Ministry of Environmental and Water fixed then the main 5 issues, pillars on which it is based then the technical regulation of dam safety. We don't know exactly if it will be done later than in law or just only done in supreme decree, but that is what we need. The ministry is working together with the help of other institutions to set up all the necessary documentations and definitions to get finally really done this technical regulation which we hardly need in Bolivia. The main technical regulation, maybe a law in the future. Argentina is working on this. I don't know if they have now really done approved the new law, but it is the same what we are trying to do to get into a very flexible system in order to have a main law, and then through the guidelines and through the another legal dispositions to have a system which can be done easy, adapt to the new development in matter of dam safety. The minimum content of this law, which is already written, and we are still waiting a long procedure to get finally done approved by the parliament. It has been happening the same in other countries. It takes very long that politicians understand how important dam safety is for a country and the economy of a country. In this main technical regulation, we are talking about the determined classification of dams. It's introduced national register of dams, very important, because we don't have too much until now, and how to control this one, how to follow up then what they are doing, how is the safety of the dams, the rail constructed dam and the future dams. You need all this kind of information, and define also the procedures and norms for this national system of dam safety, in which we are considered then these points, how to give license for construction operation. Somebody needs to approve this one before somebody construct. Until now, we don't have this kind of requirements to build a dam. Requirements for studies and designs, and assessments and approval before construction. It's important. This part is really for us at this moment very important, because we need to build more and more dams, one, and secondly, we need to maintain, to keep the existing dams in a good conditions and safe. Then we need to assess this assessment of before the first one, the inspection, then during construction and operation, requirement during operation, and that we need to fix now that the will be compulsory to have an emergency plan, and all what we need then just to get a high level of dam safety, and also to talk about the sanctions and penalties due to unfulfillment of all these regulations which are just at this moment prepared. Yeah, and finally, very important, and that is a point to be in discussion, still in discussion, is to establish then the competence and obligations of the government levels, and as well as technical and administrative requirements, because we have in Bolivia 3 government levels, the central government, then the second one is the governments of the departamentos, of the provinces, and the third, the lowest level are the municipalities, the counties, yeah? Then that is we need to fix, And also then how will we organize then the authority? Will be done an appendix of the ministry, or will be done independent organization to look at for the compliance of these regulations. In this classification, as part of this regulation, technical regulations, the people of the government have considered then all the dams, existing dams, part of them, linking then the height of the dams with the volume of the reservoir, and they're at this moment proposing to have a classification of dams in this way: and the small, medium, and large dams, with a dam height of the dam look like we are showing in this table, less than 10 meters, small, between 10 and 35 meters, medium, and larger than or on high, larger than 35 meters, and big dam and a large dam, yeah. And also then about the capacity, and that's a point of discussion here, because we are not most of the countries in the world did assume the classification of the ICOLD, in between the large dam and the small dams with and height of the dam of 15 meters, and also the capacity of a reservoir is a little different. This point we need to discuss, still discuss, and okay, personally, I think that the best will be done that Bolivia adopt the classification of the ICOLD, like many countries. World Bank is also adapting this one, etc., etc. But okay, this point is not fixed. We need to discuss. That's a point of discussion. Maybe we can hear later then from the auditory then some opinions about to have another classification of dams, or to keep what most of the people in the world are using. Then the risk categories, okay, that is here not a big problems, because we are proposing then to have 3 categories, isn't it? Yeah, where the A, B, C, and then is in function of the loss of lives and the big damage of the infrastructure, basic services, etc., which will have a big economic and environmental damage. That will be then category A. B will be then also failure of bad performance of the dam with no loss of life. That's very important. And the medium economic environmental damage. And finally, the third will be then really then no loss of life and minor economic and environmental damage. All the dams which are not categorized as A or B will be done in this group. And these criteria about environmental and economic damage is fixed here. A second mistake of shortcoming. I didn't translate this one, but okay, we are using at this moment. We want to use really then the damage in Bolivianos. It's not too much for a major impact. There's about $3 million American dollars. Here we come to $500,000 American dollars, in between $500,000 and $3 million, and less than $500,000 to fix then the impact and to ask more to requirements to the owner of the dams in order to consider all this kind of safety and risk which we can have for the dams. And that's the definition. Okay. What we have done until now, what the government, I am sorry, I am speaking like I have done this one. That's not true. That's government through the technical unit of dams. They are working then beside of the technical, the draft for the technical regulations. or the future law may be. They are working since 3 years, 3 years on these main documents. And the first of them, and the most important, is then this registration, national registration of dams. They are working, the thing is running right well. They have set up a good computer system where the people can introduce all the owners of dams and the institution, public or private institution, can introduce this all this needed information in order to have always a actual registration of all the main data and the main issues of every dam. Then they have working also in this guide for the operation and maintenance. That's really done also this. This we need to, of course, the next step is done to socialize part of this kind of documents with profession, with organizations, and with all the universities, with all the people dealing with dams and dam safety. That is really done also. Then we have also that surveillance of safety during operation. That's also done. We need to review this one, and of course, that's intended to get people from outside because this opinion will be very important in order to have a document which will be then useful, applicable to Bolivia, and to regulate the safety in the country. Later on, I will show you that we have some agreements and what support from other institutions to do this kind of job. And also it is done the plan and the emergency action plan, which will be done also compulsory on the base of the categorization of the dam. And we will have also, we will need asking the people. And I need to remark here to highlight that these kind of things, like the emergency action plan, doesn't exist, not yet in Bolivia. No province has, no project has done this emergency plan at this moment. Nobody applied this one because we don't have an authority to those kind of things. And finally, the assessment of classification of risks. We're just working on this. We need to do a lot of things. There's a good thing that we have also done the participation, the active participation of members of ICOLD, and which are helping us to set up these basic documents that we are intending to have in the coming years, because a lot of problems here in Bolivia. Election, change of government, and so the things are moving very slowly. We hope, and this is really done, will be done an effect of this webinar to set the people to work once again very fast and very hard in order to have this group of instruments, legislation very fast. Concerning, I told you that we are intending to have a very flexible legal system in order to change the things very fast. And that's what we intended to do, design criteria and a lot of things in these technical guidelines for dam safety. And the unit is intended to write the following guidelines. Really, I am talking here then about the planning, because they didn't they did not begin with the preparation, the writing of this, what we are intending to do. I present to you this one in order to get some information and to get some inputs, maybe to improve. We are thinking to have first the first group of documents of guidelines about the basic documents, basic studies, hydrological dimension for dams and reservoirs. And of course, here we are talking, we will put a big accent on the climate change, because we know that this will be then a big problem. It is now a problem for us will be then a bigger problem in the future. In reservoir sedimentation also, no? We are doing really not enough. We have a big problem here because the conditions, you know, that the Andes is very young. If you want, we have a lot of erosion. The loss of soils are very high. Just to give you an example, yes, the Rio Beni, a big river flowing to the north of the country, has an concentration, sediment concentration of 3,200 ppm. It's average. That is really like the Yellow River in China. We have a lot of sedimentation. We have a big projects done planning, or we are planning big projects in this river, and this is a big problem. Sedimentation of reservoirs is a big problem in every project which we have here in Bolivia. Then another document will be then about the selection of dam type, and very important also because the very changing and complicated geological conditions. This manual, the geology and geotechnics for dams, and finally the environmental studies for dams and reservoirs. Yeah? And then the second group will be then the hydraulic engineering of dams. We want to have then guidelines about the design of sewer chutes, of course, taking into account then the latest development and the state of the art on this subject, design of low levels, outlets and intakes, and dissipation of structures. Regarding then the structures, the structural engineer for dams, we are thinking to prepare these guidelines that you can read here. Yeah, stability for gravity dams, structural design for arch dam, structural design criteria for appurtenance structures of dams. That is very important because we have detected here in Bolivia that really we are not complying completely with the rules of the concrete structures, reinforced concrete structures, subject to another different kind of laws, of actions than a normal construction, which structural engineers do normally every day. Then the seismic analysis and dynamic design for dams and appurtenance structures. And that's very important, and the colleague Jay talked today about this one, the technology for the construction of concrete dams. And we're not only thinking about the concrete dams, but also about then the new development, first in Japan, and now then also in China, that really was impressive. Very nice to hear then the communication from Mr. G about then the concrete materials for dams, that the new material, which is much cheaper, and for sure will be then a good thing for us here in country, in Bolivia. The fourth group of documents of guidelines will be then geotechnical engineering for dams. We'll talk about the stability of the dams, geotechnical design of rock dams, and as you see, we need to put a big efforts to do this one because the last dam failures, which we have had the last time, has a lot to do with this kind of problems. The failure because then not no knowledge of they didn't apply completely then the knowledge and the state of the art concerning then the design of this kind of dams. Foundation engineer of dams also will be very important. We have had a few problems with another dams about these issues, this matter. Yeah, and also then once again very important the technology for construction of earth and rock dams. We need to really to set up. You know, there is a lot of document international, a lot of books. Many countries have this completely fixed, but we need to diffuse this, to put all this document and the knowledge to transfer to the engineers working on the construction and design construction of dams. And finally, what we are missing here indeed is instrumentation and monitoring that will be done in one of them here, and technical studies for the operation of dams, topographic and bathymetric surveys, hydrometeorological surveys of dams, and stability of dam safety surveillance of dams. And here we took will be done a main chapter, of course, then the instrumentation and the monitoring of the dams as part, very important part of dam safety, dams in operations. We have work and we have agreements and supports from many any organizations, and it is worthy to mention this memorandum of understanding between the Kingdom of Spain, the Bolivian state, and where also then the Development Bank of America, CAF, is working about this, giving a big not only support, working closely together with Bolivia in order to improve this situation and to have very fast, very in the near future, then all the documents for dam safety to improve really the construction and to finally to use better than the money which we have available for this kind of hydraulic structures. Reservoirs. Then the Development Bank of America, CAF, is working with us as big support. It is working of supporting us for short courses, training sessions, for engineers, for the administration, consulting firms and construction companies, and then also the hiring of professionals to elaborate the guidelines in the future. And also then the Inter-American Development Bank, the IDB, is also working. It's also funding dam projects, and also then very concerned about then the safety of the dams. They have organized also then executive events to develop this tool of risk and natural events analysis, and climate change. They are working together, and I would say then also in this since we have had a big contribution and support from the ICOLD, I want to thank you very much. And here also then chairman of the ICOLD, Professor Iñaki Escuder, Enrique Chifres, and all other members of the ICOLD helping us. Last year, they deliver, let's say, for free, all the guidelines which Spain has, free, costless. You can get all this information from the web of the ICOLD, completely costless for everybody. And this is a big help, because we are intending to, we or the people actually are using, are considering these guidelines, all these guidelines which we have from Spain, replacing, let's say, then the lack of our house or guidelines which we intend to write and to have in the coming 3-4 years maybe, which I didn't mention here is also then the involvement of some colleagues from Spain, Professor Iñaki Escuder, Pancho Sanchez Caro, Professor Alfredo Granados from the Technical University of Madrid, have been here before the pandemic, have been here in Bolivia, delivered lectures, courses about the content and the use of this kind of guidelines in the design and construction and operation of the dams. We have a good support from Spain, and we are working really close together with these people. Everything has been a little, it's going slower than normal because then the pandemic, but we hope then to not restart, we are still working, but to put more attention and to work faster, getting all the legislation which we need in the country. Thank you very much for your attention. Obrigado. Danke.
Yes. Thank you, Gabriel. Was a very nice presentation about the Bolivia regulatory framework, done safe regulation. Okay, excellent for us in Brazil. We just do our review of our done safe regulation. Okay, excellent. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Now, okay, Gabriel. Now I'd like to invite Felipe Lázaro. Felipe Lázaro is going to present about a document prepared by World Bank, laying the foundations, a global analysis of regulatory framework for the safety of dams in downstream communities. Mr. Felipe Lázaro is graduate from the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology, Lausanne, in 1994, with a degree in civil engineer. He has over 25 years of experience as an international consultant in design, construction, supervision, and safety assessment of dam. He served as Secretary of Swiss Committee on Dam. He joined the World Bank in March 2019 as a senior dam specialist, mainly to support projects with dam companies in Latin America and the Western and Southern Africa. Philippe, thank you very much to come here, to be here. He is now, please, can you start your speech, please? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carlos, and thank you, Inca, for inviting me to this conference. Prior to start, I would like to mention that I made a similar presentation 2 years ago in the annual Inca conference in Paraguay. The good news is that the report of this global study is now available and can be downloaded from the website, the address on this slide. I've also another good news and surprise at the end of my presentation. To mention also that I was not directly involved in the preparation of this report. And in fact, all the credit goes to my colleague Satoru, Marcus, and Kimberly. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Having said that, dams are important to the World Bank, and they represent a growing business activity, in particular to support the climate change adaptation and mitigation measure, but also to sustain the green growth agenda. The World Bank currently supports more than 180 projects with dam component worldwide, mainly in Africa, Asia, but also Latin America. Most of these projects are rehabilitation and upgrading of existing facility. I'm in charge of our dam-related project in Latin America, and I'm directly involved in the project in Brazil, Peru, Honduras, but also Mexico and Dominican Republic. Safety of these dams is crucial to the success of this project. And over the last decade, an increasing number of countries have called upon the World Bank to take a lead role in advising on the framework and capacity development required to ensure an acceptable level of dam safety. And the World Bank collaborates with numerous partners on this global analysis between 2016 and 2019. In my presentation, I'm going to start by giving you an overview of the study to position the context of the report, and then a quick insight into the main findings in terms of analysis and interpretation of data, followed by presenting a few decision tools for enhancing dam safety assurance with an example. A quick introduction to the overall objective. First objective was to provide a representative set of case studies in different economic, political, and cultural contexts. The team started with an initial limited set of country case study that increased over the year up to 51 different countries in all continents of the world. Second was to carry out a detailed comparative analysis of these case studies. And finally, to develop a set of recommendations in the form of decision tools around the sort of regularity framework that will be appropriate in different country circumstances. These tools have been developed with the aim first to raise awareness around dam safety, two, to identify gaps, and three, to propose solutions tailored to country characteristics. This slide gives you an overview of the study framework itself. The comparative analysis was carried out in 3 phases. Phase 1 included the development of a pro forma template and deep dive into dam safety framework. Phase 2 involved a systematic comparative assessment of all key elements of the legal, regularity, and institutional framework. The team extracted different elements and examples, and in particular, good practice around specific topics. Both quantitative and qualitative elements of the analysis were combined to generate a continuum of options for different jurisdictional circumstances, this in phase 3. This continuum is intended to inform decision makers about the merit of different options, enabling the most suitable ones to be systematically developed. This slide just gives you a general idea of the content of the context and the foundation of the global study. It was built on a number of previous efforts. This earlier effort include the World Bank 2002 comparative study, a series of ICOLD bulletins, and other study and collaboration with different institutions and organizations. There were also the input from a very large number of people and country contributors, as listed here. And several meetings were organized worldwide. The area covered in blue here represents the 51 country case where information was available and where the World Bank is engaged. The team also wanted to make sure that they had a representative set of case studies. These key countries cover nearly 70% of the land area and about 80% of the world's population, and those coverages was quite extensive. All except for Laos are ICOLD members, and the case study themselves represent roughly half of the membership to ICOLD. They represent also about 95% registered dam registered in the ICOLD and 85% of the registered storage capacity. This slide highlights another important element for the World Bank to be sure that we had a representative set of countries in terms of income classification. There are predominantly high-income examples, 18 in total, but there's also 16 from the upper middle income, 14 from the lower middle income, and 3 from a low-income country. To mention that 7 INCA members as part of the study, with Canada, US, Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Mexico, and Peru. This slide gives you a quick insight into the headline items that were included in the template that the team used for the analysis. The country case study template with something like hundreds of questions was developed around the following main topics and specific aspects as shown on this slide. It obviously included information around the country characteristic, not just in terms of dam safety history and the regulatory development, but also income per capita, storage per capita, and so forth. So a lot of information is available in the World Bank database for the analysis and the development of the decision tool. All this was intended to help teams to first inform the establishment of legal regime and to provide guidance on institutional arrangement for dam safety assurance. Two, provide a tool that could help to facilitate the analysis of existing regimes and to be able to identify where there might be potential gaps, but also measures that could be introduced to enhance the existing regime. And three, guide a task team in the bank in designing projects aimed at supporting the establishment of strengthening of legal regime and an institutional arrangement for dam safety assurance. We start here with some key findings. The first one is really just a higher level with the summary of the legal basis among the various different country case studies shown here on the map. The legal system reflects the geopolitical history of the country. 2/3 of this 51 country case study are governed under civil law system, 1/4 on the common law system, and 6% a mixed legal system, and only one Iran religion system. Dam safety legislation in the majority of the case study countries are prescribed at the national level. Dam safety regulation can be under different legislation, as shown in the graph on the right-hand side. This depending essentially on the characteristic of the dam portfolio within the country. Dams mainly for domestic water supply, irrigation, or hydropower. This slide gives you an overview of specific roles and powers of the dam safety assurance regulator. There is no universal set of power and function that are assigned to the regulator, but it really depends a lot on the context. However, there are some general provisions, such as those that you see at the top of the list here, in terms of developing norms and standards, issuing license and permits, maintaining register and inventory of dams, supervising surveillance and maintenance, as well as carried out audits and inspection. There are also some interesting examples, as shown in the lower part of the chart, that include provision for research, issuance of fine without a court order, taking over of the dams, and revocation of license. I summarize here some key elements to be included in the regulatory framework. It should first define the specific mandates for regulators and dam owners, as previously described. Based on the dam register or inventory, it is then essential to define the dam classification system, covering various types of criteria, such as dam dimension-based, hazard consequence-based, or combined. Then it should define design standards and dam safety requirement in a proportionate manner to dam category or hazard. This is important for optimizing the human and financial resources and the allocation of effective dam safety management and regulation. This from the perspective of both the owner and the regulator. I will discuss more in detail the risk-informed approach and emergency preparedness plan in the following slide. This table shows the number of country by legal system within the vertical direction, common law, civil law, and so forth. And in the horizontal direction, you have the type of dam capturing criteria for registration such as size-based, hazard-based, combined, and so forth. And as you see, common law countries basically use size-based criteria, and civil law countries use size-based but also combine size hazard-based. No country used the hazard-based only criteria for this initial dam capturing. to mention also the minimum threshold of size in our case study countries is 1.8 meter in height and only 1,000 cubic meter in reservoir capacity, which is significantly low. This slide summarizes the key findings and recommendations on the dam classification system. First, the dam classification is very important for proportioning dam safety mandate, depending on the size, but also the risk for downstream population. This with the purpose to apply higher requirement for large and risky dams. Hazard-based classification is more often used in countries with larger land areas with lower population density and in very remote areas where failure of even large dams may have limited or no consequences. Size-based classification is used in more densely populated countries where almost all dams could be categorized as high hazard dams. Some jurisdictions, as Brazil, established dam classification system based on a dam risk index, considering both dam's failure likelihood and downstream hazard. This may be useful for existing dam classification, but it will take longer time and higher resources to undertake survey studies for completing classification of all existing dams. One important aspect is that dam classification system should be developed for each country based on its social and economic condition, population density, land use pattern, characteristic of the dam portfolio, and the force rather than borrowing from advanced countries. And also the dam classification should be not be over complex in order to be rapidly applicable without excessive needs of resources. This table summarizes the kind of dam safety requirement or duties of care that are defined in connection with the dam classification system. Higher income countries define more detailed dam safety requirements, such as required qualification, composition of the dam safety inspector, level of detail with timing, frequency of dam safety inspection, and so forth. The dam safety requirement also look at various other elements such as the O&M plan, record keeping, and so forth. This table shows the number of countries by legal system, again in the vertical, and then regarding the legal status of technical standard and guidelines on the horizontal axis. For example, many civil law countries mandate the standard and guidelines in the legislation. But on the other hand, common law countries usually do not define them under a law itself, but have the dam safety authority to prepare such a standard or rules under a discretionary power and so forth. One important point is technical standard and guidelines may have limited influence if they are no mandatory or rely on voluntary application. So it is quite important helping to ensure that the guidelines are formally established within the country regulatory framework. The emergency preparedness plan is also an important element of dam safety regulation. The upper table shows the number of countries by income level as to whether or not the EPP preparation or implementation is mandated. And the lower table shows the number of countries by income level regarding what level of duty are specified in the EPP requirement. Majority of the countries mandating EPPs are high income. In mid and to lower income countries, they are more voluntary. The sophistication level of the EPP should vary depending on dam classification, with due consideration to the level of consequences, but also capacity of the dam owner. Here is the summary of the regulatory regime content. Dam safety regulators should be given clear mandate and enforcing capacity, sufficient resources to fulfill its regulatory function. The safety standard for hydrological or seismic safety, as well as safety requirements, such as again surveillance, inspection, are typically defined in a proportional manner to dam classification system, but there are quite a range of variety depending on their circumstances and the countries. It is therefore desirable to define the minimum design standard and dam safety requirement, including EPP, in the legislation or regulation for their effective enforcement. In particular for countries in which many private or foreign developers come and then build hydropower projects. Regarding the risk-informed approach, the team conducted an extensive review of risk-informed approach in case study countries and provided quite a detailed analytical result in the report, which has provided strong basis for the preparation of the good practice note and a risk management approach under the World Bank Environmental Safeguard Framework, ESF in short. The upper table shows the number of countries by legal system regarding their status of this risk-informed approach. The lower table shows the number of countries by income level regarding the status of portfolio risk management system. As you can see in the upper table, only several countries have mandated risk analysis for higher class or higher hazard dams, and others have also begun practicing it. Also, it is still not legally mandated. While civil law countries have been traditionally using the standard-based or deterministic approach, they are using the risk-informed approach in an increasing manner. This is good news. The lower table shows around half of countries and jurisdictions have allowed or applied the portfolio risk management approach. But only one entity has legally mandated the portfolio risk assessment, which is the Victoria State in Australia. So here is a summary of the risk-informed approach. Risk-informed approach are becoming adopted in both common law and civil law countries. In higher income countries, this is becoming mandated in some place, particularly for high hazard dams, but there are different criteria and procedure depending on countries. Some of them have produced quite elaborated guidelines, even including the tolerable or acceptable criteria. Lower income countries have begun to apply the more basic risk assessment tools, such as a risk index, for screening and ranking existing dams for prioritizing remedies. The level of the risk assessment method should consider first the type of portfolio, two, the level of information available, and three, the capacity of the dam owner and regulator. The definition of acceptable or tolerable risk need to be adapted to each country's social and economic condition. I am going to talk about the decision tools. Looking at the country case study, it was possible to identify the key element of a well-designed dam safety regulatory framework that capture one, the solid legal foundation, the institutional arrangement, the technical content of the regulatory regime, ensuring that there is adequate funding for what is in that regulatory framework, and of course the capacity of the regulator and other actors to do their part, and discuss across jurisdiction. Then there are some other determinants that pertain to the portfolio of a country, as well as the country characteristic that shape how that regulatory framework should look and how strong it should be versus where some flexibility could be introduced. So we are going to talk about the size of the dams in the portfolio. Are there mostly large dams or small dams? Is it a small or large portfolio of dams? Are the dams largely owned by public sector or private sector? And are there these dams largely high hazard or high risk, or low hazard and low risk? These are all things that shape just how strong the regulatory framework should be. And of course, there are the both extreme as well in the middle. And we don't expect that any one country is going to fit exactly into one of these buckets, but this is the guiding framework. As already said before, the regulatory framework should be fit for purpose. It should be customized to those circumstances that we just described. And for that, you can derive a continuum of options, as shown in this graphic. You have here the basic element we talk about and some of these key portfolio determinants. Starting from the upper part. So what is the nature of the legal system, common or civil law? Is the administration of the legal system centralized or decentralized, as you might have in a federal government system? Are the ownership arrangement of this dam mostly public or private? The size of the portfolio, are the dams generally large or small? And of course, what is the hazard or risk profile of the portfolio? When you put them all together, you end up with the spectrum of where the dam safety assurance regulatory system should be. More stringent on the maximum end and more flexible with some minimum requirement on the minimum. And though what we have here was just broken down by public and private dams, as we think that is quite an important determination for how the regulatory system looks in terms of the ownership of the dams. But if you look at the bottom of the graphic, then basically you have the maximum end of the continuum in the middle and the two minimum end on the other end. I just want to walk through two examples. If we take the two extreme ends of the continuum, on the left side, we have a portfolio where the dams are largely publicly owned. It's a small portfolio of dams that are mostly small and mostly low hazard. On the right side, we look at a portfolio where there is a lot of private sector participation. It's a large portfolio with large dams and mostly large, high hazard. We will look at some of the provision of the regulatory framework system that we like to see for these two examples. If we take the two extreme, on one side, we are trying to simplify the requirement to reduce the high transaction cost. You don't want to overbuild a regulatory framework if it's not necessary. And in the other side, where you have higher risk, there's a greater need for oversight by independent regulator. So in terms of the legal foundation, on the minimum end of the spectrum, you can rely more on a version of self-regulation. There wouldn't be any need for dedicated dam safety legislation, but we should make sure that the responsibility and liability for dam safety is clear in some piece of existing legislation. On the other end, at the maximum end of the spectrum, there is a need for legislation on dam safety. It could be a dedicated dam safety law, or it could be embedded in a sectoral or another law. But what is important is that there is clearly articulated and uniform law and regulation pertaining to dam safety. On the institutional arrangement, again, on the minimum side, there is really no need for a dedicated authority to exist. Important to ensure some training to the dam owner and make sure that they have requisite education and training to carry out some basic technical tasks. On the maximum end, ideally, you want a fully independent regulator, fully empowered to develop a standard, issue license permits, and supervise maintenance and surveillance of dams. So in terms of technical content of the regime, on the minimum side, at a minimum, you want to be able to have an inventory of dams and at least a checklist of some minimum requirement in terms of the design and review standard, inspection frequency, and what that should look like, operation and maintenance, instrumentation, and emergency preparedness plan. On the maximum end, you want a fully comprehensive and more elaborated dam safety review system. Countries should really have their own customized national guidelines and standards. Inspection should be frequent and intensive, and of course, instrumentation and EPP should be commensurate with the hazard and risk. And then on the financial side, you know, because it's a fairly simplified system, minimum resources are needed, but still need to ensure funding to provide the training to the dam owner and to maintain the inventory of dam and so on. Whereas at the maximum end of the spectrum, you really need to make sure that there is adequate funding for that very significant oversight role that the regulator will have. And so in addition to government budget allocation, you might also look at a model where there is a fee collection and so on. I will stop here. And as I said, I have a good news for you. The report is available, and the team now is working on case studies. The first case is Japan and should be available soon. And the next one should be an Inca country case. And we'll be more than happy to share this document once available. And the surprise now, I hope you can see, we have just completed the good practice note based on the ESS4 Annex 1, which rely on the risk-based approach for project in the bank. And the good practice note include also technical notes, mainly on risk. You have a list here, hydrologic risks, seismic risks, and so on. And also we prepare appendixes for the plan and construction supervision document, preparation of the instrumentation plan, preparation of the OMM and the EPP. These documents are ready. We are only waiting for the green light of our management for the dissemination. But I will inform you when these documents are available. Thank you very much. Over to you, Carlos. Carlos, can you hear me? Andre?
Andre, are you? Oh, now I'm back. Oh, sorry, because the energy is falling down in the Andrea City, okay? Just now. Okay. Thank you very much, Lázaro. Felipe. It was very, very good presentation today in Brazil. Many colleague is reading this document for World Bank. Okay, it's very, very interesting. We have here a group, done safety group. The people will discuss, of course, the content of this document of World Bank. Thank you very much for your presentation. And now I'm going to invite our next guest. Jean, are you there? Hello? 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 Can you listen to me? Hello? Oh, sorry. Okay. André, can you listen to me? Hello? Sorry about that, okay. We have to wait a little. André? Hello? Hello? Miguel, can you read me? ¿Estás me escuchando, Miguel?
Ya, sí.
Oh.
Te escucho, Carlos.
Sorry.
Right. Okay. Can you hear me, Carlos?
She was falling down here. Sorry, G. I start now, okay? G, you the next. You be the next. Okay? Let me see about the André. Can you present can you share your presentation from there?
Can you see it now?
Not yet.
I'm sharing.
Okay.
Does Andre? There it is. Okay.
Okay. Let me introduce you first. Okay. Thank you, Jim. Dirk Jim is graduate of Colorado State University with degree in civil engineer, civil and geotechnical engineer. He has over 30 years of engineer experience as a geotechnical and dam safety engineer. And he has been responsible for evaluation and design of new dam and for the developing rehabilitation and modification design for existing dam. He has been involved in failure modes analysis and risk analysis. He is immediate past president of board of directors of USSD, United States Society on Dams. Jeans, thank you very much to come. Okay, it will be an honor, a pleasure. Please, you can start, please. I'm sorry about the delay because I cannot control that.
It's okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. So I'm going to talk about the implementation of FERC's risk-informed decision-making process, and I'm going to relate it to a specific pilot project that we performed for FERC, and this was a project that's owned by Southern Cal Edison. So a few things that I'll go through. I'll go over Southern Cal Edison's risk assessment program, a specific project that ended up being our pilot projects, which was Rheindollar Dam. And then I'll go through the semi-quantitative risk analysis and quantitative risk analysis that were performed on that structure, and then some of the mitigation alternatives that were considered. And then we'll summarize with some of the challenges that are associated with implementation of this new process. So a little bit about Southern Cal Edison. They were established in the late 1800s and provide power to over 15 million people in Southern California. And the hydropower component of that consists of 83 dams ranging in age from roughly 30 years to over 100 years old. And they provide up to 1,200 megawatts of total capacity. Southern Cal Edison initiated their dam safety risk assessment program in 2008, and they modeled that after the Bureau of Reclamation's dam safety and risk management program. Phase one of that program consisted of their portfolio screening, and their goal really there was to better define the portfolio risk, improve their risk management process, prioritize dam safety activities, and to provide some justification for budgeting. So the phase one portfolio screening was conducted in 2009 and 2010 and included multiple stakeholders, dam safety folks and project engineering and operations folks from Southern Cal Edison, as well as independent consultants and subject matter experts, and then representatives from FERC and from the dam safety group in California. And then some other dam owners attended as observers to that process. So for each dam, they identified and screened a number of potential failure modes, and you just see an example of what the results of that look like. So then they followed up that meeting, that took place over the course of about 2 weeks, and then they followed up that meeting with a series of smaller workshops to prioritize additional studies so that they could move ahead with this risk program. And there were multiple considerations considered in those workshops. They had to consider first the FERC requirements, and then risk priority category, and then ease of accomplishment, where there's some simple things that they could do as interim risk reduction measures, for instance, that were low-hanging fruit. And then they wanted to build on the momentum of the work in progress that they already had within their program. And the focus of the risk review was to perform on the high priority dams. As a result of that, they identified the Rheindollar Dam for a RIDM pilot project. So a little bit about Rheindollar Dam. It's in the eastern Sierra Nevada mountains in California. And Rheindollar Dam forms Ellery Lake. The dam was constructed in 1924, included 3 radial gates, 12 feet wide and 4 feet high in the spillway. And in 1927, the dam crest was raised 7 feet. And in 1970, a remote control of the radial gates was installed on the center radial gate. In 1984, when they attempted to raise the center gate during a storm event using this remote control system, the system failed and blocked the spillway, And in 1997, they decided to remove that system altogether. 1998, they added a 1.5 foot tall parapet wall to the crest of the dam, including extension on the right abutment. And then in 2006, FERC reclassified the dam as a high hazard dam. In 2008, they performed some additional H&H studies that indicated that the spillway could not pass the PMS. So all of this work was done before Southern Cal Edison instituted their dam safety and risk management process. So this is a plan view of the dam and its components, the parapet wall extension on the right-hand side, an intake structure. It's a concrete-faced rock-fill dam, and it has a valve house at the toe to control distribution of flow from the dam, a flume downstream of the spillway to monitor flows through the spillway. So there's not a lot of information on the dam, design information or construction information. We do have a few drawings that show that it's a rock-fill embankment dam, loose rock-fill on the downstream shell of the dam, and then they focused their efforts on the upstream side with some hand-placed rock-fill to receive the concrete slab. But really, not much more detail than this. Construction photos generally confirmed what we can see in these limited drawings. And then the parapet wall was added in 2007. So then they went into a focused risk review for Rheindaler Dam in 2015. And the key findings from that were that overtopping due to a flood event was essentially the primary risk driver, and that the potential for spillway blockage was significant, and it increases the risk of overtopping. Almost all of the consequences downstream are campgrounds and seasonal, and life loss for a sunny day failure was near zero. So this shows the spillway that was modified as one of those interim risk reduction measures. You can see where they removed the old radial gate frames. They raised the pedestrian bridge. The spillway was modified to a single opening, taking out those internal piers, and a log boom was installed upstream. The application for the FERC RIDM pilot project was filed in 2016. So the first step in the RIDM process then was to go into the semi-quantitative risk analysis. And these are the failure modes that were assessed in the semi-quantitative risk analysis. You can see PFM1, which is spillway plugging during a flood leads to overtopping and erosion. And then several others here associated with flooding and overtopping, slope instability during normal loading, resulting in uncontrolled release, and then slope instability during flood, as well as embankment deformation during an earthquake, slope movement during an earthquake leading to seepage, so damage to the dam, and then that leading to seepage and internal erosion type failure. And then we looked at spillway channel erosion leading to failure. This was performed over 3 days at the Bishop Hydro office, about an hour away from the dam site. On day one, the team visited the Rheindaler Dam and upstream dams and reviewed available information and studies. Day two, we reviewed and updated the potential failure modes that had been considered for this project previously in FERC's current PFMA process. And then on day three, we performed the semi-quantitative risk analysis on what we considered to be the credible PFMs. Participants in that SQRA included the facilitation team, subject matter experts in hydrologic and hydraulic issues, geotechnical subject matter expert, and a scour and erodibility expert. There were also staff there from Southern Cal Edison's dam safety and operations groups, and then FERC, the FERC chief of risk analysis, as well as representatives from the regional FERC office, and then again, Division of Safety of Dams from California. And one other electric utility operator was there as an observer. So as a result of the semi-quantitative risk analysis, you can see how these various failure modes plot on the risk matrix. I'll direct your attention to PFM1, which is spillway plugging during flood leads to overtopping. That was identified as the primary risk driver. We were also concerned a little bit about PFM5 and PFM8. And we did some studies before moving into quantitative risk analysis. And as a result of those studies, those were no longer considered to move into as risk drivers and moved into quantitative risk analysis. So we went into a quantitative risk analysis study with the one potential failure mode. So this is that potential failure mode broken out by the various nodes. We get essentially a storm within the basin upstream, and the reservoir begins to rise, and we get flow in the spillway. The reservoir rises above the parapet wall, and we're unable to intervene. These overtopping flows exceed the erodibility threshold of the rockfill. Erosion is initiated, and a scour hole develops, exposing the downstream side of the slab. The loss of support eventually behind the slab occurs, and that loss of support results in failure of the slab and continued erosion and failure until breach of the dam. So we started the risk analysis with that failure mode. We refined it a bit to track with the analyses that were performed and to allow better nodal estimates of risk or of probability within the QRA that was executed. So the modified failure mode, the flood occurs, structural intervention fails, the parapet's over top. The conditions exist that allow erosion to initiate. That's a key point in the event tree. And then we combine the erosion leading to failure of upper portions of the slab. And that was because of the way the scour erosion was performed and coupled with the erosion of the response of the slab itself. And then, of course, it continues erosion and successive failure of the slab until we get to breach. And this is what the event tree looks like for that particular failure mode. And so beginning with the loading, we looked at the general storm as well as the local storm because of the conditions at this site. We also considered these scenarios with debris blockage as well as without debris blockage. And the analysis was performed to bracket our best estimates with our upper and lower uncertainty levels. And so you can see those results there. I think you can see them a little bit better on these graphs. So you can see where the parapet wall plots, and that, for instance, on the left-hand side, for the general storm conditions, you see the solid lines are without debris, the dotted lines are with debris, and the red lines are the best estimates. So you see the red line in the middle of the two solid lines, which is at about maybe 3 × 10⁻⁴ per annual exceedance probability, and then it brackets between up to about 5 or 6 × 10⁻⁴, and as low as about 8 or 9 × 10⁻⁵. And so that was used in order to estimate the probability of overtopping and to provide a range of when that was going to occur. And then the overtopping was considered 2 places along the embankment. The left groin area we felt would be the highest rate of erosion because of concentration of flow in that area. And that's because of the rock outcrop that occurs between the spillway and the downstream slope of the Rockville Dam. Slab failure is likely at 3 to 4 feet of exposed slab. So when that came from the scour and erosion and the structural analysis of the slab. And so as you erode out a hole on the downstream side of the slab, if it extends down 3 or 4 feet and exposes that upper portion of the slab, we expected the failure and cracking of that slab to initiate. And that could occur at 2 to 4 inches of flow over the parapet wall, and even at 1 to 3 inches if the storm duration was longer. And then if failure did not occur at that location, failure was also possible anywhere on the embankment when you get to about 5 to 7 inches of overtopping. So we then looked at structural intervention, and there was a high probability that we would not be able to intervene for a number of reasons. The time to failure versus notification action, for instance. It's a relatively remote site. There's a lack of resource availability at the site, and the location of the first responder is in Bishop, an hour away. If successful intervention for flow in the groin were possible, the overtopping would shift to the right to other locations along the embankment, and so it does not substantially lower the risk. And so we determined that it was highly unlikely that we would be able to intervene. When we looked at erosion and slab failure, you can see this table was developed by our structural engineer and our erosion and scour subject matter experts. And we looked at both the typical section of the embankment as well as the groin section. We considered storm duration exceedance probabilities ranging from 10% to 90%. And then we considered the local storm and the general storm. And the colors essentially tell you where green, for instance, is no or insignificant amount of erosion would occur under those conditions. The yellow is that erosion occurs, but the slab is not exposed. The orange is erosion would occur at that level, and the slab would be exposed. And the red, of course, is erosion occurring and the slab is exposed and the slab would fail. And then we looked at consequences. And that was done with a two-dimensional dam break model and the reclamation RSIM approach. And what we determined was that nearly all population at risk is located within the campgrounds. 90% of the local storms occur between May and September. This is the peak season of recreation. 10% occur between April and October in the shoulder months. And then 90% of the general storms occur between November and March, and the campgrounds are closed. And then again, you have the shoulder months during for the general storms. So the results of that are shown here, that during the peak season and a local storm PMF type event, the anticipated or potential life loss was estimated to be less than 10 at about 9. And during the shoulder months, ranging from 4 to 5, depending on whether you have the general storm conditions or the local storm conditions. And during the off season, the anticipated life loss was very low. So to perform the quantitative risk analysis, then the nodal probability estimates were made by the SMEs with the specific experience depending on that node. So for instance, if we were talking about the first node and the loading conditions, our subject matter experts who did the hydraulic and hydrologic analyses would have the most input into the estimates for that node. We used low and high estimates first from each SME to avoid their anchoring to the range to the best estimate. And then the probability distribution was developed and discussed by the group, and then we used a Monte Carlo simulation to then calculate out the probability estimate for the entire failure mode. The annual probability of failure, that was done using at-risk and the Monte Carlo simulation, and then the distribution of the annual probability of failure was developed based on a range of probabilities for each node. The consequence analysis was performed using Monte Carlo simulation as well to come up with our potential life loss. And then annualized life loss was generated using the likelihood and the potential life loss. So this shows our results separated out into the local and general storm events. And then we used the weighted average approach to calculate the total annual probability of failure. So that's the results from the QRA on that PFM1 that I showed earlier, results on from semi-quantitative risk analysis. So with those results, then we moved into looking at structural mitigation alternatives. And really the structural mitigation alternatives come down to a couple broad approaches. We could lower the probability of overtopping, or we could provide overtopping protection or some combination of those. So for instance, we could look at an auxiliary spillway, modifying the existing spillway, modifying the parapet wall, for instance. And then for overtopping protection, we looked at RCC, ACB, which would be roller compacted concrete, articulated concrete blocks, and boulder riprap. So for the lowering probability of overtopping alternatives, we considered a labyrinth spillway, a new labyrinth spillway, so an additional auxiliary spillway constructed on the embankment. And you can see an example of what that might look like here. These are very high level, very conceptual level alternatives at this point. We could modify the existing spillway to lower the likelihood of overtopping and increase spillway capacity. We could do that with a labyrinth, as well as with modifying an OG type crest to provide more spillway capacity. The other thing we could do with the parapet wall is raise the right-hand side of the parapet wall and lower the left-hand side of the parapet wall, so it becomes an auxiliary spillway in addition to the existing spillway. And so if you think about what that might look like, we'd raise the parapet wall on the right-hand side of the dam. And then on this left side of the dam, where we have the rock outcrop between the existing spillway and the rock fill, we could armor that section and lower the parapet wall to allow additional flow through that area during large storm events. And so that's what that section might look like as it's completed. So to evaluate the effectiveness of these alternatives, it was really determined that whatever we did with that combination of alternatives, we were trying to lower the annual exceedance probability. So we then recalculated the risk based on lowering the annual exceedance probability to 1 in 10,000, and then also 1 in roughly 30,000 or 1 in 100,000 annual exceedance probability. And you can see obviously how that would lower the risk on the results on the risk matrix. So we then looked at overtopping protection alternatives. I mentioned that we looked at roller compacted concrete. This is just a typical example of how you might do that and what that might look like if you were to implement that. You could armor the rock fill with articulated concrete blocks. This is an example of what that might look like. The area has a lot of very large boulders available within close proximity to the dam, so we could use those and construct a boulder fill and hardened surface across the crest and the boulder fill on the downstream side of the dam. And this shows the dam from the downstream, and you can see the availability of that material at the site. That could also be slush grouted to provide additional protection. And this is just an example of how that might be constructed. So we then came up with some conceptual level costs on these alternatives, and you can see how these compare. These would obviously have to be refined through more design efforts going forward. So the other way to lower your risk, there are some non-structural alternatives. You can enhance your warning systems downstream. You could even move the campground. So these are all still alternatives that are on the table for Southern Cal Edison, and this is where the project currently stands. We did some disproportionality calculations to look at cost effectiveness and determine the disproportionality that you can see in the lower right-hand corner. It is within range of a reasonable project, and so that was good news. And then we looked at lowering the risk to as low as reasonably practical, or ALARP considerations as well. We would look at cost effectiveness, position with respect to the tolerable risk line on our matrix, the position with respect to the individual risk, relevant, recognized good practice when we look what other agencies are doing and other FERC licensees, other owners and operators who are regulated by the Division of Safety of Dams in California. And then of course we take community concerns into consideration. The downstream property is highly valued by the community. And for instance, the option of moving the campgrounds might be a challenge for that reason. So to perform all of this, I mentioned this is a pilot project, and the reason it's a pilot project is because for the most part, FERC licensees and the broader dam engineering community outside of the federal agencies within the U.S. Really is not performing risk analysis on a regular basis. And so this is new to the industry. The industry is a little bit behind. And so going through these, FERC is implementing these pilot projects as licensees are requesting to do it. And eventually within the next year, maybe a little bit more, FERC will roll out their new guidelines, which will include the requirement of performing these types of analyses on their during their periodic assessments, which are already part of the program. So on a 5 or 10 year basis, we'll be looking at risk analysis on all of FERC's regulated structures. So the pilot projects are to help inform how we're going to roll that system out. And so identifying these challenges was part of really one of the main parts of the pilot project. So some of the challenges that we have is that we're going to oftentimes start with potential failure modes that have been developed previously in the potential failure mode analysis process, which stops short of evaluating risk and likelihood. And as a result of that, there's never been a need to develop flood frequency relationships or probabilistic seismic hazard information. So many of the dams lack that information, which is key to performing risk analysis. There's limited understanding of consequences of failure and the numbers of people who perform that analysis. And then the availability of subject matter experts, folks who understand how to apply the risk principles and how to come up with estimates of probability of their analyses and to do a risk-based analysis, for instance. There's a high demand, especially once these requirements are rolled out, for a limited number of those folks as a result of that. And that impacts coordination and schedule significantly. And then there was a tendency during the workshop for subject matter experts to anchor to their simulation or their calculation results because of that unfamiliarity with the risk process. So that's all I have. My contact information is provided here if anyone has questions. I apologize, I have another appointment immediately following this presentation and I can't stay for the debates that are planned, but if anyone would like to email me questions or comments, I'd be happy to provide whatever responses I can through email. So thank you, and obrigado. And Carlos, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Jim. Excellent presentation. Thank you. I'm sorry about the problem we have here. Energy was falling down.
Okay. Okay.
Everything was recovered now. Né? Thank you. The next presentation will be about seguridade de preço in Peru. After that, we start the debate. Okay. Thank you very much, Jim. Okay.
Thank you.
For support your SSD. Okay. Thank you very much. I'd like to invite Miguel de la Torres to present. Miguel, can you have 20 minutes?
Okay.
Miguel will speak about seguridade de preços em Peru. After that, you go straight to debate. Okay. Please, Miguel. Pode começar.
Okay. Dear colleagues, I would like to thank Dr. Carlos Enrique Medeiros, Vice President of ICOLD Americas, for organizing this important webinar. In this opportunity, I'm going to talk about the safety of dams in Peru. It's a short presentation. Dam safety objective. The objective of dam safety will be to reduce the risk to a reasonable minimum and minimize damage if a breach occurs. The modern concept of dam safety is to classify dams according to the potential risk in case of dam failure, and they apply certain safety requirements according to their classification. Lesson learned from major world accidents. The most important causes of failures are overflow, foundation failures, erosion of the dam and foundations, deterioration of the masonry for concrete dams, design or construction errors. The photographs show the Caudalosa Dam breach occurred in the central region of Peru. The overflow and failure of the dam was caused by inadequate management of surface water control. The tailings flow contaminated 70 kilometers of the river Escalera, affecting farmland and environment. Dam projects and dam safety are controlled by the following institutions. The National Water Authority, ANA, is responsible for dam and reservoir projects and their safety in the agriculture, sanitation, and energy sectors. The Ministry of Energy and Mines, OSINERMIN and OEFA, are responsible for the dam projects and the safety of mining waste storage. The work of public institutions is in initial phase with incomplete and developing regulations. The primary objective is to maintain the safety of the dams during their useful life and in the closure phase. The inventory of dams in Peru conducted by the National Water Authority in 2015 determined the existence of 742 dams in operation for diverse uses such as irrigation, sanitation, hydropower, and mining. In irrigation, there are 442 dams. In mining, for storage of tailings, there are 125 dams. In hydropower, 38 dams, sanitation, 46 dams, multi-purpose, 92 dams. In total, there are 742 dams. The evaluation of dam safety control in Peru recommends perform annual inspection to know the physical condition of the dam. Perform necessary maintenance and repair work. Prepare and keep update the technical file of the existing dams. Installation of geotechnical instrumentation and periodic control. The Dam Safety Unit of the National Water Authority is developing the following work program. Update of the inventory of public water reservoir dams, classification of dams according to potential risk, bidding processes execution and supervision of the instrumentation of main 8 dams. Dam safety training for ANA operators and personnel. Planning of training, operation, and maintenance of the instrumentation. The following sheets present the instrumentation programmed for the 8 selected dams. The first dam is Poechos Earth Dam, located in the north of Peru. In the right side, we show the geotechnical instrument installed in the dam. San Lorenzo Dam is an earth dam located in the north of Peru. In the right side, show the geotechnical instrument installed in the dam. Tinajones Dam is an earth dam in the north of Peru, and in the right side, show the geotechnical instrument installed. Gallito Ciego Dam is an earth dam located in the north of Peru, and in the right side show the geotechnical instrument installed. Condorama Dam is an earth dam located in the south of Peru. In the right side show the geotechnical instrument installed. El Fraile Dam is an arch dam located in the south of Peru in the Arequipa region. And in the right side show the geotechnical instrument installed. Sutunta Dam is a concrete dam located in the south of Peru, And in the right side show the geotechnical instrument installed. Pasto Grande Dam is located in the south of Peru, and in the right side show the geotechnical instrument installed. The next views show several tailings dams operating in the north and south of Peru. The picture shows the Ticlacayan Earth Dam of 75 meters height. This picture shows Altamarca Rockfield Dam of 150 meters height. The picture shows Antamina Rockfield Dam of 240 meters height. And the last view shows the Quebrada Honda Tailings Dam of 200 height, located in the south of Peru. Finally, I consider the following conclusion to be important. Institutions responsible for projects in the agriculture, mining, sanitation, and energy sector must combine their responsibilities and efforts to create a single dam safety standard to control the risk of dam failure and minimize damage in the event of a breach. Thank you.
Thank you, Miguel Moderator. Thank you for your presentation. And now I'm going straight to the debate, and I'd like to invite. Sorry. Yeah. I'd like to invite Dr. Miguel Suazo, is the debate coordinator, egresso in 1962. André, can you change the, sorry. André, are you there? André? Hello, André? André? Ok. Max. André, aqui no presente de civil, Max em julho. Julio, please. André? Ok. I think Suazo, he lost his communication. Oh, welcome. You're back. I'm concerned now. Thank you very much. You're back. Okay? Miguel Suazo is debate coordinator, egresso em 1962 da Faculdade de Engenharia Civil da Universidade Nacional de Engenharia. Realizou estudos de pós-grado ao Politécnico de Milão, Itália, sobre aproveitamento de recursos hídricos para centrais hidrelétricas e obras de saneamento. E Suazo é o presidente do Comitê Peruano de Empresas. Suazo, please, now your debate coordinator. Now I'd like to introduce the next guest, José Max Filho. Please, Dr. José Max Filho. He has a master in the doctorate in civil engineer. He's a professor of Federal University of Paraná. He's a director of Sustec Consultancy. He was director of Paranaense Energia Company, and also director of Instituto of Technology of Concrete Bracon in Brazil. Now he's a coordinator of a commission on concrete dam, and he was vice president of Brazilian Commission dam, and now is a member of the Commission on Concrete of ICOLD. And Júlio Patroni é engenheiro da Faculdade de Engenharia da Universidade da República do Uruguai e conta com a especialização em extensa trajetória em engenharia de presas, aplicada a cuencas de emblase e geotécnica. Atuação na gestão de diversos organismos, Comitê Uruguai de Grandes Presas, desde 1994, e since 2011, member of Uruguai do Comitê Técnico de Presas e Seguridade Pública da Comissão Internacional de Grandes Presas, ICOLD. E desde fundation as membro do grupo INCA. Sorry. Now, Suazo, please, is up to you now to perform the debate. Thank you very much. Please.
Muchas gracias por la presentación y por la oportunidad de participar en este webinar. He escuchado las exposiciones de todos los que me antecedieron y encontré muy interesantes muchos de los aspectos que se tratan, pero me pareció que había un tema que no se ha tratado en esta oportunidad, o quizás no era motivo tratarlo, y es el riesgo de operación, ¿no? Quizás se trató un poco superficialmente, pero la realidad es que a mí, desde que empecé a trabajar con las presas hace más de 50 años, me encontré con un problema en una presa muy importante para una gran central, que era la presa de Tablachaca, ubicada en el centro del Perú, en la zona a 2.700 metros sobre el nivel del mar, y que tenía un problema, ¿no? El problema era de que por la sección donde se emplazaba la presa, se estimaron más de 5 millones de metros cúbicos de arrastre material. La presa, un río de gran pendiente con 77 metros, no podía almacenar más de 16 millones de metros cúbicos, y consecuentemente, para tomar la decisión de construirla, se debió examinar sobre modelos la posibilidad de eliminar anualmente ese material. Bueno, se hicieron modelos, se estudiaron con éxito, se tuvieron éxito en los resultados y se entró en la etapa operativa. En la etapa operativa registramos que las purgas eran eficientes, tal como se había, si se operaba tal como se había recomendado en el laboratorio, y además incluimos algunas experiencias sobre el prototipo. ¿Cuál era mi preocupación? Era la concentración de descarga de sedimentos durante esta operación de limpieza. Hicimos durante 4 años registros y verificamos que la concentración de descarga alcanzaba los 19 gramos por litro al inicio, pero disminuía rápidamente a 4 gramos por litro, que correspondía más o menos a las máximos arrastres en la época de avenida. Siempre se ha construido otra presa, con otras 2 presas, una en el aguas abajo de Tablachaca, en el río Mantaro, y afortunadamente esta presa puede operar más con más flexibilidad, ¿no? Porque se puede vaciar el reservorio y producir la erosión del material depositado con el agua que discurre. Y hay una tercera presa que no tiene un sistema así bien definido de arrastre. En el Perú en los regímenes de nuestros ríos, los costeños llegan a traer hasta 200 gramos por litro y bueno, el hábitat en los siglos que han ocurrido o en todos los tiempos ocurridos se ha acostumbrado a esas puntas que no son muy frecuentes, pero se presentan y el hábitat se mantiene. En el Mantaro tuvimos un gran derrumbe de 1.500 millones de metros cúbicos que bloqueó el río y generó una presa de más de 200 metros de altura. El problema para mí era cómo se iba a romper esa presa y qué daños podía causar abajo. Afortunadamente, toda esa zona no era muy desarrollada y no habría problemas, sino con algunos puentes que se podían reparar fácilmente, pero se registraron caudales máximos durante el rompimiento del orden de los 20.000 metros cúbicos por segundo, que eran 5 veces superior a los máximos calculables por los métodos conocidos. La concentración, aparentemente, porque fue todo un valle que se deslizó hacia el río, superó los valores o alcanzó los valores de los ríos costeños, o sea, debieron superar los 200 gramos por litro. Si bien el flujo se fue minimizando y ya a casi a 500 kilómetros, prácticamente al unirse con otro afluente más grande, este río, prácticamente no hubo variación a los 700 y 900. Sí hubo una gran concentración de sedimentos. En ese momento no se midieron, pero sí se pudo observar lo que sucedió. Gran cantidad de especies, de peces, fundamentalmente, murieron. En una desde la cota 1000, o sea, la presa se encontraba a la falla se produjo a 2500, y a partir de los 1000 se comenzó a detectar este problema de mortandad de peces, y las concentraciones no se midieron en la zona que fue afectada, una porque era inaccesible y otra porque era una época de terrorismo y era difícil entrar a esa zona. Pero la información sí se obtuvo y eso me genera una preocupación por los futuros desarrollos. Hablamos mucho de medio ambiente, pero estas experiencias no se desarrollan, ¿no? Y en las exposiciones de hoy día no he visto si alguno de los países que representan los expositores tienen algún trabajo particular, ¿no? Porque yo creo que hay que mover el sentimiento o la responsabilidad a este tipo de problemas que toman muchos años en comenzar a conocerlos y no solamente copiar de lo que dicen algunas instituciones internacionales o países más desarrollados, pero que muchas veces no son aplicables en nuestros regímenes de los ríos de nuestros países. Es más, la riqueza ideológica de los ríos amazónicos es increíble, increíble. Los pocos años que yo dediqué a ese trabajo encontré cosas maravillosas, pero que hay que preservar. La segunda pregunta era para Gabriel Rodríguez, que también lo felicito por su exposición. Se relaciona a cómo funciona el control de seguridad de presas en Bolivia. Es decir, ¿es centralizado o como en el Perú difundido entre varias organizaciones, entre las cuales se encuentra el Ministerio de Agricultura, a la cual pertenece la Autoridad Nacional del Agua, y Ocinermin, que es la que controla todas las presas de, ¿cómo se llama?, del sector minería y electricidad, y finalmente el Ministerio de Vivienda, que también tiene algunas presas relacionadas con el abastecimiento de agua. Bueno, la unión de todos, estos tres, según mi criterio, ¿no?, es muy personal esta opinión, ese tipo de atomización de responsabilidades trae consecuencias que muchas veces cuando los sectores no tienen los recursos necesarios, abandonan los controles de las presas, las investigaciones, la interpretación del comportamiento, etcétera, todo lo que muy bien detalló el ingeniero Miguel de la Torre. Entonces, esa es mi segunda pregunta, y cómo, si me puede responder cómo funciona en el caso de tener una cosa similar como la nuestra, ¿no? La tercera cosa es, como le dije, se relaciona con el problema de estas investigaciones a largo plazo, ¿no? En mi país, por lo menos, nadie cree o nadie, ningún político va a autorizar a hacer gastos en investigaciones que serán útiles de acá a 20, 30, 40 o el futuro. Entonces, mi pregunta al ingeniero Lázaro era si bien ellos están colaborando, por ejemplo, en la instalación de sistemas de control en las presas, hay 8 presas que están en ese proceso y después pasarán a la etapa de interpretación, pero ya se perdieron 40 años de registros en algunas de ellas o más. Si va a haber posibilidad de financiamiento para ese tipo de intervenciones. Y habría mucho más que conversar, pero yo creo que el tiempo es corto y lo dejaremos para otra oportunidad. Muchas gracias a todos y felicitaciones por las exposiciones y por lo bien llevado de este evento. Gracias.
Gabriel, ok. Gabriel, você poderia responder a pergunta do Miguel Soares, por favor? Depois, after that, I'd like to listen for Max, if he has some question, e Júlio as well. Gabriel, você poderia responder ao Miguel, por favor?
Gracias. Buenos días, Miguel, Julio, José Márquez. Bien, cabalmente estamos en pleno proceso de organizar todo el Sistema Nacional de Seguridad de Presas. Actualmente, la Empresa Nacional de Electricidad, que es la propietaria de presas grandes en operación, son los que se encargan de ver la seguridad de sus propias presas. Todavía no tenemos esa autoridad nacional que pueda legislar, que pueda controlar, que pueda aplicar la nueva legislación de grandes presas, de seguridad de grandes presas que se está preparando actualmente. En este momento es esta unidad técnica de presas del Ministerio de Medio Ambiente y Aguas la que se encarga parcialmente de hacer este trabajo, y además que está encargada de hacer todas las gestiones para tener la ley de agua o la ley de seguridad de presas o el reglamento, el decreto supremo y toda la documentación que va a ser de aplicación obligatoria. Estamos ahora en el punto en que tenemos que decidir si va a ser una institución dentro de un ministerio o fuera de un ministerio con un carácter de una agencia nacional de seguridad de presas o enmarcada dentro de la de la agencia que cuida actualmente por el uso de las aguas, sobre todo para el sector de saneamiento básico, agua potable. O sea, es el momento para nosotros porque estamos retrasados, bastante retrasados, pero nunca es tarde para hacer las cosas, porque vamos a tener un futuro, los próximos decenios va a ser muchas cosas. Estamos trabajando entonces en esa, y va a ser una decisión fundamental, ver cómo funcionan otros países. Por ejemplo, en la Argentina, tiene la ORCEP, que se la creó como una dependencia directa a la presidencia de la República para poder supervisar y hacer de que se cumpla todo lo que se refiere a seguridad de presas de las obras que fueron concesionadas del Estado, ¿no es verdad? Ahora sabemos que tiene ya una ley, creo, la Argentina, espero que ya esté aprobada. Están trabajando ahora en las normas técnicas de seguridad de presas, junto con apoyo de la CAF, está el doctor Escuder también participando en esto, de España, SpanCol, pero ellos tienen ya una cierta estructura. Nosotros no tenemos ese organismo independiente. Vamos a ver, el Perú también es un caso muy especial, está más un poco dentro del ministerio, ver qué es lo más conveniente para garantizar el cumplimiento de todo lo que se legisla y se tiene como obligación en el campo de la seguridad de presas.
Profesor Júlio, por favor.
No, simplemente quisiera hacer algún comentario sobre la situación en Uruguay, muy brevemente, con el respeto de ustedes, si me permiten. Simplemente en Uruguay, las grandes presas que están clasificadas por el ICOLD son mayoritariamente hidroeléctricas. Es decir, pertenecen a la empresa estatal de electricidad o tenemos la empresa binacional de Salto Grande con Argentina. Los requerimientos de seguridad de presas y la gestión de riesgo está a cargo de las propias empresas. No existe una autoridad regulatoria, no existe legislación, no existe reglamentación. En los últimos años ha habido un asesoramiento del Banco Mundial que produjo un primer informe en la búsqueda de la formulación de una reglamentación en seguridad de presas. Como consecuencia de ese primer informe, todavía no se planteó un marco legislativo, pero lo que se planteó es la formación en 2019 de una Comisión Nacional de Seguridad de Represas. Esto fue planteado por el gobierno anterior. Como ustedes saben, en 2020 en Uruguay hubo también un cambio de autoridades gubernamentales. Esa comisión que había comenzado a funcionar cambió de órbita en el ministerio y actualmente pertenece al Ministerio de Ambiente, que es un ministerio recientemente creado. El problema es que esa comisión no tendría una finalidad ni de fiscalización ni de regulación. Sus recomendaciones no serían taxativas, serían recomendaciones que la autoridad después puede tomar en cuenta o no tomar en cuenta. En Uruguay existen actualmente aproximadamente 1.300 presas de riego, fundamentalmente de riego de arroz y de otros cultivos, algunas de las cuales pueden ser consideradas como grandes presas según la definición del ICOLD que se adopte. Y existen además 20 presas para abastecimiento de agua potable. Varias de ellas también podrían ser incluidas, según cómo se tome, en la definición del ICOLD de grandes presas. Esas presas no tienen al momento supervisión ni de su mantenimiento ni de su operación. Por lo tanto, es una cuestión pendiente en Uruguay que esperemos que con las nuevas autoridades se reformule el generar esos marcos regulatorios. Esa es la situación en general en Uruguay. En cuanto a las presas hidroeléctricas, trabajan con sus propios equipos técnicos y realizan periódicamente auditorías externas con consultores independientes, tipo los boards de consultores como por ejemplo en Itaipú o en Yacyretá, un poco a menor escala, pero se trabaja con auditorías externas periódicas. Además de que cuentan con equipos propios de análisis de la instrumentación y de la inspección. Y después, simplemente un comentario con respecto a lo que planteaba Miguel Suazo acerca de la problemática de la sedimentación en embalses y de la problemática de los peces y de la mortandad de peces, en Uruguay, debido a la topografía del territorio uruguayo, no tenemos grandes problemas de sedimentación de embalses, porque tenemos una situación de llanura, pendientes débiles y embalses muy grandes en general. Es decir, el volumen de embalse es muy grande. Entonces, en general, las mediciones de sedimentación no han dado problemas de colmatación, pero sí hemos tenido problemas de mortandad de peces en la salida de algunas presas cuando se deja de generar energía eléctrica y quedan lugares en seco. Y ahí sí se han registrado episodios de mortandad de peces en el pasado reciente, en los 2 o 3 últimos años, que se han solucionado mediante reglas operatorias, o sea, inspección de la situación, prevención, y todavía no están definidos caudales ecológicos, pero se está en vía de definir caudales mínimos a nivel legal para poder dejar pasar el agua suficiente para evitar con anticipación que se produzcan estos fenómenos. Era un poco lo que quería comentar.
Marcos, você poderia fazer uma colocação, Marcos, alguma coisa? Tu Soares, Marcos queria falar alguma coisa? Se não, pode.
Bueno,
Marcos.
First of all, it was a great webinar. I loved it. And I want to congratulate Mr. Carlos Henrique, our VP, for the initiative and for all the persons that speak to us, showing your experience. That's the most important thing that we have in dam engineering, that we talk with the other and we learn from another persons. In Brazil, in this moment, we are discussing our national policy because we have changed our laws, that is a federal law, recently. And we are discussing this with a very careful way because it's not an easy issue. But I suppose that our regulation is good and we have to follow it. That's the problem that we have in Brazil. We must follow the rules. The rules are very good. I like so much the lecture from Mr. Michael Rogers because the first thing that dam engineer is a very important thing because no one is doing dams or levees only because we want. We do it because persons need it. That's a very important issue. We have a lot of people that we have to guarantee water, food, and energy with safety, with the sensation. 2 things here I want to indicate that we can have in the future some new webinars. And number 1 is how to talk with the society. It's very easy when we talk to each other. I work in this kind of things for 40 years. It's very easy to speak with Gabriel or Miguel Suazo or Julio Patron, Cecilio, because we work together in the same thing, we know the importance. But I don't think that in Brazil, the society as a whole understand what is dam safety, the difficulties, and we really build very safe dams. That's important. And second thing is that I'm very worried about knowledge management. I'm seeing a lot of old guys and I'm not seeing young guys. That is a very important issue in dam safety now. How we can attract new engineers, young engineers, that's very important to us. How to discuss with the new generation that will have in the future the responsibility for this very important infrastructure. I suppose that's very important, and in Brazil we are trying to do that. Another thing that's very important is how to put the risk analysis in the engineering courses and post-graduation courses, and to involve the universities. This is very important and very difficult to do in this moment. In terms of the discussions, I love it, because the problems that I heard from Gabriel, it was fantastic, because it's the same thing that we're discussing now. The same thing that Miguel told us and Julio told us in this moment. Well, we have the same problem. Then we have to maintain this relationship and changing and learning from each other. In terms of the persons that I pick some questions, Mrs. Teresa Fusaro asked for durability of cemented soil dams. GI is in the room yet?
Not because
I'm not hearing you, my friend.
Because in China now it's too late. It's very late.
What a
midnight problem, midnight.
And Rogério Menescal, a friend of us, want to discuss with our friend from World Bank about the position of Brazilian regulation in his slides, and asked if Mr. Felipe Lázaro could furnish us his slides to know the position of the Brazil in his tables. Okay, but I want to thank you again. I suggest to continue this webinar next time, because time, unfortunately, is our problem yet. We have a lot of things to discuss. And the time is going on. I pass the word to Mr. Carlos Medeiros. Thank you, Mr. Suazo.
Michael Red is coming, and Bernardino as well. Suazo, can you please continue, please, Suazo? Você poderia continuar, Suazo? Can you please continue? Okay.
Sí. Bueno, yo personalmente tomé en cuenta algo que debemos pregonar en nuestros países, ¿no? Y es la responsabilidad por las presas son de los propietarios. Y en muchos casos las presas públicas son propiedad del país, ¿no? Y consecuentemente nuestros políticos deben examinar la responsabilidad que les corresponde y apoyar al desarrollo de esta actividad. No solamente los políticos, sino todas las instituciones, incluyendo las universidades en la formación de los profesionales, las empresas propietarias de las presas, pero que la consideran suyas y que prácticamente es muy difícil hacer un control de la situación, porque cuando a mí me contrataron una vez como consultor, pues como yo tenía una empresa consultora, consideraron que lo que me iba a robar información. Cuando no comprenden que nosotros creo que actuamos siempre con el espíritu más amplio que puede haber. No vamos a robar absolutamente nada, sino a contribuir a que sus instalaciones funcionen bien y no se introduzcan en el campo del riesgo. Protegemos a la población, protegemos a todos los programas de desarrollo agrícola, minero, industrial, etc. Y yo creo que eso es un mensaje que debemos transmitir al mundo, ¿no? Creo que los ingenieros de presas en países que están en vía de desarrollo no somos los más queridos. Y lo digo así con toda sinceridad, pero yo creo que tenemos que llegar a que comprendan nuestra dedicación y el tiempo que hemos dedicado a esta actividad y la finalidad, sobre todo, de nuestro trabajo. Sí, Carlos Enrique.
Okay. Michael, can you say something?
Yes.
Mike, you now, please.
Okay. Thank you very much, Carlos.
Okay, after that, then, okay, please, Mark.
Okay. Well, I want to thank you and the organizing committee for this wonderful webinar. I think we saw a lot of good things come out of this webinar. The background on China and what's going on with the very large dams that they're working on, and also some new technologies for the cemented materials dam. And I've seen the results of that through our ICOLD publications and the bulletins that we're putting together. And there is a tremendous durability for the cemented materials dams as far as resisting erosion and long-term longevity, lasting a long time. And so I think there's a very good promise for those type of dams. And I encourage anyone who's interested in that type of a dam to look to our ICOLD bulletin. We also saw Dean Durkee, Dr. Durkee, present a good example of what the U.S. is going toward as far as risk management and applying that to a specific dam and how that gets done. And that was just one small example, but risk management is allowing us to focus the money that is being spent, the limited money that is being spent, where it does the best good, where there is most impact for dam safety and for protecting lives. And finally, Felipe Lazaro from the World Bank. I was very encouraged to see the study that the World Bank is doing, the publications that they are coming up with, especially on the national programs, the regulatory frameworks that are out there. Because I think countries who don't have such frameworks can learn from other countries where it's been successful. And so this webinar has been a good example, organized by Dr. Medeiros from ICOLD, Vice President of the Americas, where we can all come together. We can share some lessons learned and some of our experiences from around the world. And so I thank you very much for this opportunity. I learned a lot. I hope that those who were present on YouTube learned a lot. And I thank the sponsor and the organizing committee for their efforts with some good discussions and some lively debates. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. Bernardino, would you like to say? Oh, sorry. Bernardino, after that, Gabriel. Bernardino.
Yeah, please. Yeah, thanks a lot, Mike. Really, your lecture was wonderful. Very, very, very contributing that to fix the goals, the targets much better. Really was a very good summary. But is doing the ICOLD that we would do in the future. And I agree completely with Jose Marquez and also with talking once with Carlos Enrique that the ICOLD should be more involved or working together with the universities. And that is true. At this moment, all we are dealing with this participating in this webinar are really people who are just going to rest. A few years, we are done. But we need to have younger engineers involved in these ICOLD activities and to develop to investigate more things and to do this kind of things really much better in each country. I believe that we have another topic for the next webinar, Carlos Enrique of the Incas Latin Americas, to talk more about this, to involve more the universities and to see how we can help the universities, mostly the public universities, also the private. Nobody will be excluded. Everybody, we need more people, well-trained, with well-command and knowledge of the recent development in dam engineering. That's very important. I suppose that we work together in this, Carlos Enrique, in the near future to have one webinar also with some universities to fix better than the targets which we can follow up.
Okay, thank you. I think, Roger, can you talk about the capacity building on the engineer? Né? We just planning a new webinar about that, capacity building on the engineer. We tend to involve university. Please, Roger, can you talk a little about that after Bernardino talk?
Yes. First, the young engineers, it's very important. The ICOLD Young Engineers Forum is growing. We have more than 200 young engineers as part of that, and that is growing. And I agree, Gabriel, that an outreach to the universities, to the professors, to encourage younger engineers to become involved in our profession is very important. Capacity building is another aspect of knowledge transfer, of bringing the knowledge that we have as seasoned veterans. If we were in sports, we would be veterans of where we've been around for a long time, and we need to take our experiences and train the rookies, the younger members of our profession, about what we learn to make them better and to make our profession better. And capacity building is a very important part of that for those who are getting involved, because there's very high risks as areas of the world, countries of the world, especially those in Africa, who are beginning to tap into large resources for the people who deserve, really need the power and the clean water. These dams will provide good resources for them, but we have to do it right, and we have to recognize those risks. And capacity building, that knowledge transfer is part of that. And I know CBD is going to be, the Brazilian National Committee is going to be sponsoring a webinar on capacity building in May. I encourage those who are involved, listening now, to be part of that as well. I think it's going to be a very good webinar. I know that China in the ICOLD is also sponsoring regular outreaches to many countries, especially those in Africa, as part of their roundtables in the fall that I've been part of for the last few years, to bring that knowledge transfer from many countries, including China, to those developing countries. And so I think this is a very good opportunity and a very important part of what ICOLD is doing. So thank you, Carlos, for your support and your leadership in this regard. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Roger. Bernardino, please. Bernardino, can you say something?
Okay. I would like to congratulate each one for the interesting presentation, which give us a lot of information and showed their experience. All the presentation have shown the importance of the topic of dam safety has been taking place lately. Dr. Roger showed that the theme is so relevant, which led ICOLD to prepare and disseminate the Declaration of Dam Safety. Showed some case of failure in the United States and in the world, which caused fatalities and public suffering. Dr. Jie Jinsheng also showed some problem in China and the world. Show the experience which is taking place in China for the use of new materials of the dam construction, cement material dam. Dr. Gabriel showed some particularity of Bolivia climate condition and showed some failure cases in Bolivia. Dr. Gabriel presented the stage of the legislation related to dam safety in Bolivia. Dr. Lázaro showed the collaboration of the World Bank on the theme of dam construction and dam safety dam. Result many studies that was conducted by World Bank dam safety police. around the world. Also showed criterion for dam classification, surveillance, and inspection. Dr. Dindarki show us a very interesting project in California related to the insufficient capacity of the spillway in that dam, and all the study that was taking place to increase the discharge capacity. And finally, Dr. Miguel de la Torre show us a lot of dams in Peru, and finally suggesting that all the people interested in the sanitation and tailing and electrical dams to work together. And in my side, I congratulate of all the people who presented and talk about this very, very important theme, the dam safety. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ben. Júlio, quer não sei se MC Júlio.
Sí.
Please.
No, bueno, de mi parte quería agradecer también a la organización de este webinar, a ICOLD, a INCA, la oportunidad de haber participado junto con expertos de toda América en esta presentación, y decir que de mi parte en Uruguay estamos tratando de recomponer el Comité Uruguayo de Grandes Presas, de reorganizarlo y de poder generar unas nuevas alternativas, en particular con la Comisión Nacional de Seguridad de Represas, recientemente formada, que ha encarado como primera tarea una clasificación de riesgos de las presas en el Uruguay. Como mencioné anteriormente, en Uruguay tenemos cerca de 1.300 presas de riego y cerca de 20 presas de abastecimiento de agua potable que hasta el momento no tienen fiscalización. Es cierto que en gran medida la gran parte de estas obras no pueden ser clasificadas como de gran riesgo, puesto que aguas abajo no existen poblaciones importantes. Pero de todas maneras hay que evaluar los daños socioeconómicos provenientes de una rotura con diferentes probabilidades de retorno. En las presas hidroeléctricas eso es al contrario. En realidad allí hay estudios específicos y análisis periódicos que se realizan con personal propio de las empresas y con auditorías independientes contratadas en forma periódica. La idea es poder conjugar, poder unir ambas estrategias para que todo el país de futuro tenga una política común en materia de seguridad de presas. De mi parte, simplemente agradecer la participación en el seminario. Yo pertenezco a la Empresa Estatal de Electricidad de Uruguay y soy el secretario del Comité Nacional Uruguayo de Grandes Presas desde hace 25 años. Conozco a varios de los integrantes que han estado aquí en el webinar y ha sido un honor para mí poder estar en esta sesión de debate. Muchas gracias.
Okay, thank you, Júlio. Miguel, and you please. Before finish, Max, after that, please, Miguel.
Bueno, yo les agradezco a todos por la participación y pido mil disculpas porque mi inglés es muy pobre y ya he tenido problemas porque a veces por la pronunciación entienden cosas diferentes a las que quiero decir. O sea que con la venia de todos ustedes, mil disculpas. Y espero que los planteamientos o las observaciones que he hecho se puedan analizar en otra oportunidad, porque países como nuestro, como Bolivia, en el cual el potencial hidroeléctrico está explotado ni al 10% aparentemente. Creo que es muy importante analizar una serie de aspectos. Hoy día en el Perú tenemos un problema adicional, ¿no? Adicional al que representa cambio de gobierno, cambio de mentalidad y cambio de todo. Este problema de seguridad de presas, el Comité Peruano lo viene tratando desde 1992, cuando ingresamos reingresamos a la ICOLD. La primera versión incluso fue sometido a una reunión del Inca en Puerto Ordaz, en Venezuela, y se distribuyó entre los miembros. El año 2000 tuvimos el INADE, a través de un ex funcionario del Banco Interamericano, asumió que él debía tener responsabilidad y llevar adelante el problema. Realmente el funcionario no duró ni un año. Y entonces todo ese ímpetu y todas esas cosas, esos acuerdos que se tomaron para que el Estado tomara las riendas del manejo de las presas, se perdió, digamos. Entonces, yo creo que en nuestros países son las sociedades las que tienen que asumir, pero para asumir eso tienen que tener conocimiento de todo lo que ha señalado Mike en cuanto a los beneficios que proporciona. Y tienen que conocer también los problemas que pueden generar si no son bien hechas o bien operadas las presas. Yo creo que en torno a eso deberíamos arrancar una campaña de concientización de nuestras poblaciones. Les agradezco nuevamente, los felicito a todos por esta idea de reunirnos y nuevamente pues disculpen que cuando yo quise ir a estudiar inglés resulta que una compañía me dijo, o vienes a trabajar con nosotros o te quedas sin trabajo. No, pero tengo un año para dedicarme a aprender el inglés. Y me dijo, bueno, estúdialo por correspondencia, lo cual me fue muy difícil porque esta profesión te absorbe demasiado, más en países como el nuestro, donde todo está por hacer. Agradezco a todos y los felicito por su participación y por habernos podido reunir después de algún tiempo en vivo y en directo. No, pero en vivo sí. Gracias.
Thank you, Suazo. Before I close the section, please, Max, can you say some last word, Max, before I finish?
Okay.
Mr. Max.
Okay, I'm so happy to be here to see old friends. That's the most important thing that we have in ICOLD. And we perform here the best thing of ICOLD family, that we exchange lessons. We learned with other. It was great. Congratulations to all. I loved it. I learned a lot. I hope see you again soon. Bye-bye. Thank you, Carlos.
Thank you, Max. Okay, finally, I'd like to thank our very distinguished guests and speakers for their time today and for sharing their knowledge and expertise, and also to everybody watching for making this event such a success. I'm especially grateful for the support of the ICOLD President Michael Rogers and Mr. Miguel de la Torres, President of INCA. I look forward to see you all again in our next webinar. Thank you, everybody. It was a pleasure. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye-bye. Thank you, Mike.
Bye, Michael.
Until the next time, and maybe
okay, thank you very much.